Hello, 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 and welcome to the stream. Hopefully you can hear me. It's me, Wordy Girl, and I'm here. I'm late, but I'm here. Whew. Okay, hold on. This looks horrible. My hair and my hat needs to be fixed. Which way should I put it? This way? No. This way? No. Anyways, it's not St. Patrick's Day anymore, but I'm just wearing any hat because it is March Madness still, and I am the Mad Hatter. I have my tea and have my hats, and I can change my hat if you'd like. So if you want me to change my hat, feel free to switch hats in the shop, and I will switch my hat. I might switch my hat anyway because I am not liking this one. It's just weird. I don't know. It's not working. Okay, anyways, hats aside, I am just chilling out today because it's so much going on. I have so much going on. This week, this whole month has just been like crazy. So, that's what March Madness is. It's madness. I am supposed to be making a thing. Wait, why is the camera this way? Okay. Is that better? Because I still have my St. Patrick's decorations up. I should take those down. But anyway, I shouldn't because guess what? Today is the first day of spring, actually. So, happy spring to everybody. I think that because it is spring, I'm going to take this off because I don't like this right now. The St. Patrick's hat is just not it. Instead, we're going to put on this. You guys might like this. It is a floppy bunny ear hat for spring. So, there we go. I think that's more fitting. Where is I have a blue flower, but I'll just put this here somewhere. That's not where I put my flower, is it? I put my flower on this side. Okay. There we go. Now I'm a bunny. Hippity hoppity, hippity hoppity. Yeah, so boring here because we don't even have any music. Let's get some music going. Let's have fun. where is the music? There we go. I have these old songs from CD-ROM a long time ago, and hopefully these actually work and they do not give copyright infringement. I really do need to fix this. Something's wrong with my media player. Maybe if I play it in a different player. Open with, let's see. Open with. They don't have open with. Okay, you know what I need to do? Where is my media player? A regular media player. Okay, maybe this is better. Then I'm going to go open folder. Meanwhile, while you guys are just like, what on earth are you doing? I'm just doing whatever. Like I said, I'm really, really busy, and you know, I actually have to knit a scarf. Actually, 2 scarves. I did one, which is great. I do have to knit the... That is so loud, isn't it? Hopefully you guys didn't hear that. Okay, you didn't, because desktop audio is off. Great. Awesome. So we are just going to shuffle this. How do you shuffle in here? It's a new media player. I know... Oh, there we go. I know that last time I did this, my other media player was lagging the whole stream. So that's why I'm trying to do it in the new media player. But I don't use the new media player. I use the old media player more because I'm just used to the old one. I'm on Windows, by the way. A lot of people don't do Windows, I guess. They have Apple and stuff, but I just like not Apple stuff. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna turn the desktop audio on. I hope it's not too loud for you guys. If it is, I am going to, of course, try to turn it down. You know, I'm turning it down anyway. If you guys think the music is too loud, please let me know, because I don't know. I hear the music one way, and you guys probably hear the music another way. So I have no idea. Hopefully, it's not too bad. The only way that I could try to hear is if I listen to my own stream, and then it's going to echo, and I don't want to do that to you guys. So we are just going to keep going as we're doing. And if you think the music is too loud or too low, you will be able to tell me in the comments. Okay. Now, what are we doing? We have a lot to do this month. As I did say, I've been working on several projects. I actually have to knit a thing that I just talked about. So I've already done this one. Let me show you guys. Wait. I don't want to have messed up my stitching. Okay, here we go. This is the first one that I did. I completed it already. It's a little pink scarf, and it's supposed to be for a toddler. And then I'm supposed to be doing an orange and yellow one for an adult. So the orange and yellow one will be twice as long, and it will be twice as wide. So that's the problem here. I've already done this much, which I think is a good amount, but I still have a lot to go. And I'm supposed to have shipped these yesterday, I think, or the day before yesterday. And that's crazy. If you guys ever want me to do this, you should just put it in the chat, because I should have a thing in the shop where you say flap your ears, and I will do it. Let me do that now. I'm going to the shop. And I'm afraid the music is probably too low. Let's see. Is this better? Maybe. I have no idea because as long better, as maybe. No. I have no idea because as long as I just heard myself. Horrible. I'm trying to go to Twitch so that I can go to my shop points. But I guess if I'm listening to Twitch, since I'm here anyway, I'm just going to be quiet so I don't hear my annoying voice talking over itself. And I'm going to unmute the site and see if I can hear the music, okay? Sorry if it sounds bad. Sorry if it sounds bad. Sorry if it sounds bad. Sorry if it... Why does it keep repeating? Sorry if it sounds bad. Okay, never mind. I think that I heard the music okay. But I wasn't really able to hear because that was horrible. Anyways, I'm going out of here. I'm going into my shop and I'm going to make flappy flappy ears. Flappy flappy ears so that you guys can buy flappy flappy ears so that I can flap the ears. And I am going to make that probably just like 1 point. Flappy flappy ears. I don't really have a good... yes, add new reward. Flappy ears. Okay, and I'll just make this cost like literally what? 1, 10, 10, 15. I don't know. And we're going to make the background very white. I don't know, green for spring. And I don't even have a good thing to upload here. I like to have the little icons, and I don't have any good icons for it. I will find something. But anyways, in the meantime, so there's good news. I have been working on Troubled Beginnings Chapter 2. It has already been, you know, completely good, written and everything. The problem was I did have to send it to get voiced, and there were a few delays. But thankfully, you know, I just received the final edit, and I'm so glad. And I really didn't think that I was going to be able to publish it this March, but it is technically still March. We are 2/3. I'm trying to say we are 2/3 into March, and thankfully we actually probably are going to be able to publish this before the month is over, hopefully. So yeah, that's something to look forward to. I am not seeing any cool things that I can use for my bunny hat. I don't have good icons for that. Yeah, I have no good icons for that. But it's okay. Maybe I could just use these little dollars. I have no idea. Why would I use dollars? Alright, I'm just gonna leave it the default. I'm gonna leave it the default. And hopefully I will get the little flappy ears symbol soon. There we go. So, anyways, while we're just doing this, what I'm going to do is I am going to be chilling out, and I need to, I'm also working on the Epic Character Challenge. Epic Character Challenge, if you don't know what it is It is a challenge for character creation, character development, and I am, you know, hosting this thing. And yeah, I need to get the challenge out. I don't think anybody actually solved this puzzle this time. I can put it in the chat, maybe, and see if you guys will be able to solve it. By this time, you probably would have seen what it is if you're part of the character challenge. If not, you can try your hand at it and see. I am going to reply and tell what the answer was. I usually give hints. I don't think I had time to give hints this time. Alright, let's see. I'm going to tag the clue trackers and see if they next chapter. Okay, let's see. One person came really, really close to guessing a lot of it. Let's see. Okay. I love these songs. They're really cool. Alright. I'm giving them a chance. Oh, Tiberian's here. Blessed morning to you. Blessed morning to you, Tiberian. Welcome. I appreciate you stopping by. I'm just here chilling out, doing a lot of stuff because I'm very busy. But I do have to stream. I have my tea here, which is great. I'm going to try, I don't know, last Tuesday I got so messed up and I was not able to stream chess before raiding you. Instead I was like 5 minutes late to your own stream, and then you didn't even see me in the waiting room, which is okay because I was late, so to be fair, you got caught up in the game. But I will try my best not to do that tomorrow. Hopefully I will actually stream at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and I will raid you. And I will probably stream League Chess so that I can do those things, because yes, I know you're going to ask, did you do your homework? And I'm going to be truthful and say, no, I did not. I need to do it. So I will try to do it tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, a lot's going on, but I will try to do that. Now, there was a, let's see, what am I doing? I am supposed to be doing that, but I want to give the puzzle solvers time to maybe solve the puzzle first. But if they don't do it, it's okay. I will just have to go ahead and, you know, publish the challenge without they're solving the puzzle, which is totally fine. Anyways, while I'm waiting for them, though, I'm just going to give them probably 10 minutes to see if anybody responds. I also, as I said, I'm knitting here, and I have my tea. This is tropical tea, and it is in my WorldAnvil mug. You guys, WorldAnvil, you probably hear me talk about WorldAnvil way too much, but WorldAnvil is cool, and it is a site where you can world build, and you can write, and you can do so many cool things. They recently had a world building con, their first ever world building con, which was so awesome. And I was not able to get to day 2, but I was able to watch day 1. Day 2, I was at work away from home, so I could not do it. So day 1, I was working from home, so I could stream it from home. And it was really nice. They had some nice lineup, people talking, and people sharing world building information and stuff like that, their little tips and tricks. There was also the world building awards at the end of the second day, but I was not able to make those because as I said, I'm at work away from home, and I was busy and could not. But hopefully they do show the replays. They have taken some of the replays off their Twitch, but they are going to re-upload them soon so that people can see them. Some of them are not going to be available to be rewatched, unfortunately, but most of them will. So please do check it out. That is WorldAnvil.com, and I will put it in the chat, of course, because WorldAnvil is cool, and I always recommend that people go there. Whether you are a game maker, or if you are a writer, if you are a reader, if you just want to figure out other people's cool, fantastical worlds, just go and explore WorldAnvil. There's so much to do. And like this month they did not have a challenge, but that's because they've had a lot going on, especially with this world building con. Next month is supposed to be Adventure April. And I think that, for one, you guys can't even see what I'm doing, so I'm going to adjust the camera so hopefully you can see more of my knitting if you desire to. Alright, so what am I about to do though? Did I just lose my train of thought? Oh yes, I'm supposed to be putting WorldAnvil's link in the chat. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. Okay, I'm gonna do that. I will link it to my profile, so you can be able to instantly just not think you're completely lost when you go there. But you can explore around, besides me, of course. But that's the link to my profile, so. Adventure April, as I said. Adventure April is going to be fairly cool. Last year I tried to do Adventure April. I tried to do a choose your own adventure interactive fiction-like article so that people could play through it, and it was really cool. I got some elements voiced. Unfortunately, I did not complete that project. I don't know if I'm going to complete this one during Adventure April, but I do have this other project that I'm working on, which is U4G07, and that is leet speak, basically, for you forgots, and what we're, wow, when I adjust the camera, then I started emitting lower, which did not. Okay, so, we are, you know, in U4G07, what it is you are an agent, and, well, you don't know what you are. You are a person who woke up and you don't remember anything at all. And, yeah, so that's basically the premise of that. And it is a solo RPG. So it's not just like a choose your own adventure where you say, do you want to do this? Go to page 1. If you want to do this, go to page 2. It's not that. That is what team building was, and I think team building was awesome. But we just couldn't finish it in time. And then everything happened, and there we go. Everything happened, and I was not able to get back to it. But hopefully one day I will finish it. We actually on stream played it a couple of times, and I think it was quite fun. One day I should hopefully complete it. Hopefully, prayerfully. But for now, no. Ooh, sorry. For now, this U4G07 is more attainable. It does not have voice. Music is a little loud compared to the mic. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you telling me that, because I was wondering that. And I was trying to ask. I didn't know if anybody was in the chat to tell me. So let me know, is this better? Let me know if that's better. I'm going to keep talking to see if you can hear me over the music or not. If that didn't do anything, please let me know. If it did something, great. If it didn't, you know, let me know. Because I really cannot hear the music in comparison to my own voice. And so I'm just going to keep talking so that you can compare that. So basically, U4G07 is a solo RPG. We do not need voices. We do not need voice actors. It's just a solo RPG. Didn't seem to do anything. Okay, makes sense. Alright, let's see. Does this do anything here? Did the music get louder? Can you let me know that? If nothing happened again, then I will understand that meter does absolutely nothing, and I don't know why it exists. So please just tell me before I change. It's louder. Okay, good. I thought it did something. Okay. So then how about this? Do you hear the music at all? Do you hear it at all? It doesn't look like I hear it at all. But I don't know. You might be able to hear it. Off. Okay. It's totally off now. Now can you hear it? It looks like it's probably extremely low, and I don't know if that is, you know, able for you to hear me or not. But, what do you mean no? I don't know what that means. Does that mean you can't hear it at all? Or, okay. I'm going to switch it higher then. I just want to know, no music. Okay, good. Alright, now can you hear the music? It is supposed to be playing, but there's a lot of drums right now. And now you should hear a horn. Or some kind of brass. That's perfect? Okay, good. Thank you for helping me to troubleshoot the audio, because I Still cannot tell that on my own. What just happened? Okay, there we are. So yes, Tiberian, speaking of audiobooks and stuff, how is your audiobook coming along? I am very excited to hear it. I know that I could read it. It's right here. But as I said, I'm busy, and it's often easier for me to listen to things while I'm working, listen to things while I'm knitting. Like, if I'm trying to read while I'm knitting, I cannot, because my hands are busy like this, so how can I hold the book? Unless it's like a digital book, and then I will just be reading the stream, then I will still have to stop, and I will have to scroll the screen, and it's just going to be kind of annoying to do. So I'm just a person who multitasks everything, and there's probably hardly a time when I'm just sitting and doing one thing and not doing anything else, which is probably really bad. I really shouldn't be like this, probably. It's probably not good for me to be like this, but unfortunately, I'm just that busy. 2 jobs and stuff like that, and then other stuff, side projects. I try to do what I can do, but you know, it's a lot. Tiberian says, done, waiting for final copy from producer. Nice. He had a computer issue virus. Oh no, so sorry to hear he had a virus on his computer. That's horrible. I'm glad that the files didn't get completely deleted. Yes, my voice actor also had a few things going on, not a computer virus, but you know, I just said, you know, he can take a break for a second. You know, he had to deal with some things, but he surprised me, and he got the stuff to me this month. I thought he was going to take the whole rest of the month off, and I was like, just go ahead, do it, go, you're okay. But he surprised me and delivered the actual last part this very morning. So I am thankful for that, and hopefully Trouble Beginnings Chapter 2 should be out soon. If not this month, like in the early April. Now, in April, a lot is supposed to be going on. We are supposed to be getting the U4G07 out. It is scheduled for April 8th, I believe. April 8th release. Which is a lot. I have to finalize some stuff. Hopefully that works. April also, I'm going to have to try to get my April stream schedule together. I'm not going to be able to stream on Mondays like this in April. If I do, it's going to be either early in the morning or late at night, because I do have to work on Mondays next month and stuff. So do stay tuned for that schedule. Thank you, Tiberian. I appreciate the congratulations. I am so excited about it as well. You know, the first chapter, which I've been advised not to call it a chapter, but the first chapter was like an hour long, and it was like over 10,000 words, I believe. Well, this chapter is 2 hours, over 2 hours long, and it has a lot of words. I didn't even realize how long the chapter was. So, hopefully, that's good for you guys. Like I said, I'm going to send it to some people free. I can send it to you, too. Dream Cartographer, she's not here right now, I don't think, but she bought the first book. So I'm probably going to just send that to her for free, because she already paid for the first book, and she might as well get the second book. There was another person who bought the first book, I believe, and I will probably send this to them as well. Now, this chapter of it, though, I will let you know, is a little bit dark, but you know, it's someone's life. Okay, so the first chapter, I don't know if I told this publicly, but it is the first chapter was like early life, where he was living, and then the second chapter is a setting change for him. The third chapter will be yet another setting change for him. I do see Tiberian said, I'm looking to use Findway voices instead of Audible. Oh, okay. Well, like I said, I personally don't use Audible. I just don't like to myself, you know, because I don't discourage other authors from... I don't discourage other authors from using Audible at all. I know that Audible is great for some people. In fact, I've voiced audiobooks on Audible. So it's not like I have a total problem with Audible. It's just that I don't want to publish my work on Audible because when you do that, you are not allowed to share it anywhere else because Audible wants exclusive rights. They want you to only be able to buy the audiobook from them. Now, Kindle, Amazon Kindle, even if you publish a manuscript book there, a written book, they allow you to still sell it other places, which is good. The Audible thing is the thing I'm worried about because I know that not everybody uses Audible. Now, you're probably going to get annoyed because you're asking, where did I publish it? Yeah, I think I did tell you this before. So what I am doing, and it's not good for as you're trying to be marketing and stuff like that. Of course, you're going to want to be in a library with other books, and you're going to want your product to be able to be searchable and to be able to be happened upon by people who are already looking for other books, which is good. That's what's good about Audible. But I just think that the pros do not outweigh the cons, in my opinion. So what I'm doing, and I will not say that I've had ultimate success either. Oh no, I messed up. What I'm doing is I am just putting it on Ko-fi, or whatever. That symbol that's on the screen right there. Ko-fi. And if you would like to purchase it, you can go to my Ko-fi shop and purchase it. And yeah, I'm not the best at that, marketing or anything like that, but that's where it's available. If people ask me, they will just be directed to Ko-fi, and there they will be able to buy it. And when they buy it, they can download the full MP3, and they can just put it on their phone or their computer or whatever they use to listen to it. If they can't download MP3s for whatever reason, I will give them the link to the online where I will have it where they can listen to it online. But that is what I do. That's just what I'm doing right now. I know there's some better probably avenues to go through. You've probably done more research into platforms. I personally just don't like when they make you have to stay on one platform and not share anywhere else, because the main thing is with Secret Agent Someone especially, it's it's like an audio drama project. So I have a lot of it like on WorldAnvil. I have a lot of it I publish just on YouTube clips. I publish on SoundCloud clips. And if I have clips of the audiobook on Audible and then have it other places, Audible will not allow me to do that because Audible wants all the rights to that whole thing, and I don't have permission to distribute it elsewhere because they want sole ownership, I guess. I mean, it's still going to you. The money's going to you, most of it, but I mean, I think it's a 60-40 split. I don't remember who gets the 60 and who gets the 40, honestly, because I really just don't think that that is fair, and especially when they don't want you to be able to sell it anywhere else or make it available anywhere else. So that's why I just am leaning away from Audible. I have not personally published anything on Audible. I have a voice, as I said, voiced audiobooks on Audible. And I know lots of people who voice books on Audible, and I know people who've written books and put them on Audible. I know lots of books that I've read on Audible, or listened to, rather, because as I said, I'm very busy, and I like to listen to audiobooks while I'm working. So there's no problem personally with Audible. I really don't mind if people put it on there or not, but I just know that you have to buy things on Audible. You have to pay credits. You have to, have a subscription or whatever. You have to make an account, and not everybody has an Audible account. Even how popular Audible is, not everybody does. Therefore, if they want your book, they might not go to Audible. They might not make their account on Audible. They might not want to purchase anything. They might not want to buy a subscription to it. So you just will not be able to reach those people because those people cannot get it anywhere else. You can't make it possible for them to hear anywhere else if it's on Audible. But like I said, for some people that's not an issue. So if you really think that Audible is okay, I do not discourage anybody from doing that. I just want you to make sure you read the terms and conditions, because some people don't. And then if Audible finds your book is available somewhere else, I don't know what the repercussions are. So yeah, that's all the reason why I personally do not want to publish anything on Audible. But like I said, nothing against Audible. It's just not going to work for me, in my opinion. But as I said, Audible is great for people who want their book in the store, where people can already go and search. Tiberian says, agreed on all counts. That's why I'm doing Findaway. I actually did my business book, Don't Manage Coach, on Audible. Oh, yes. Yes, I still have to listen to some of your other books. Did you narrate those yourself? I'm just interested. I know that they're like non-fiction books. They sound very cool. Findaway. I just haven't heard of Findaway. Thank you for introducing me to Findaway. I will check it out definitely soon and see if it will be conducive to my needs. Hopefully it is. You said it's free? Oh, you had the same narrator. Nice. Okay. I think you did tell me that before. I totally forgot. But yes, he sounds like a good narrator, and he does a lot of good voices, and he's really cool. So yeah, I would love to listen to those other books, even if they are non-fiction books. Very interesting to listen. Like Audible, it doesn't cost to distribute your book through Findaway. Okay, great. So you just sign up, you put your book on, and you can they only get paid when you get paid. Sounds nice. I'm going to check it, and I will have to read the conditions to see. Yep, they take a percentage of sales. 20%. I think that's better than Audible. I think the Audible is 60-40, and like I said, I really don't know who gets the 60 and who gets the 40, which is weird. I just noticed that my Ko-fi goal still says birthday. I'm going to have to change that. I'm going to look at Findaway. Hold on. I'm going to... I'm going to look up Findaway like right now and put it on the screen so we can see it. Okay. Alright. I think it changed in real time. Yes, it did. Alright, Tiberian says they will send it out through 40 different platforms, including Audible, which means Audible still takes their cut and you get 80% of what they give the author. Oh, nice. Okay, interesting. Huh. That's very interesting. It's like a middleman type thing. Alright, let's see. I'm putting it over here on the screen so we can see it. I just see the puzzle makers have, I mean, the puzzle solvers have done it. Alright. Anyways, I'm about to have to post that chapter since they have solved it. But yes, we are going to... Findaway gives you 100%, so you'll be able to give you a code to hear the book for free. Oh, nice. Oh, at Audible you get 20 codes to share for reviewers. Findaway gives you 100 codes. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so this is it. Find a Way, the world's audiobook partner. I'm assuming this is it. Is my microphone okay? It seems like it's not good. Sorry if it's making your ears get weird. Okay. Find a Way. The world's audiobook partner. Nice. Okay. Tea. Good. Okay. So, a multi-product, multi-brand company. It's part of Spotify. Okay. Is there no... Okay, we can Find a Way Voices, Orange Style Audio, Audio Works. Okay, distribute with us. Oh, so there's no like about or anything. We have to contact them first and they'll probably send us information. Okay, the upload requirements rules are the same for Audible. Oh, yes, that's very annoying. I will just say, as a voice actor, as a voiceover artist, trying to comply with ACX standards is just like, and it's very stressful, but it's okay. I mean, what can we do? We have to do it because they want the audio to be good and perfect, and they don't want it to be too low and too loud for this person, too low for this person. One chapter up, one chapter down. Understandable. Totally understandable. I just, personally, it's just funny and annoying to me because I am the person who has to edit it. But yeah, this sounds good, but there should be an about. There's not an about. Where? See, there's no about. I mean, are you saying you saw an about somewhere, or are you telling me that I'm valid? Okay, findawayvoices.com. Oh, it's Find a Way Voices. Oh, I have to go to the actual voices. Probably here. Oh yeah, I should have just clicked that. Thank you though. I mean, I guess I was on the hub page. It takes me to Find a Way Voices or Orange Sky Audio or Audio Works. I was just thinking Find a Way Voices is weird because I don't need to find a voice actor. Can you do this even if you have a voice actor already? I mean, a voiceover artist is not necessarily always acting. Okay, good. All right, let's see. Creating, selling, marketplace, switch pricing, blog. What does switch mean? Are you saying like switch? Having your audiobooks exclusive to ACX, you're missing out on sales and listeners. See, this is one of the reasons why I don't want to be on Audible. ACX is Audible. I do remember they offer full service, but you definitely can have it all made already. Great. Okay. You can switch. So how does that work? I'm trying to figure out. Because I'm just trying to... I just don't understand how this is possible in my my opinion. It doesn't seem possible. Because if you're able to be on Audible and be on Find a Way, and Find a Way is putting you everywhere else. I mean, I know I'm not switching because I don't have my book currently on Audible, but okay. If this makes sense, what I'm saying is I'm trying to figure out how people are able to switch. If you switch, what does that mean? Are you saying you're still going to be on Audible? See? Like you said, yes, Find a Way can put you on Audible, but you get 80% of what Audible gives you, 40%. Yep, I figured Audible gives you 40%, 60-40, and like I said, I didn't think you were getting the 60, which is another reason why it's annoying. But sorry, this tea is good, and I usually wait too long, and my tea gets cold, so I'm glad to drink it while it's warm. Of course, yeah, we make less than we did if it was on Audible. So I guess they just have a deal with Audible. Because I just feel like it's not making sense to me only because I feel like since Audible doesn't allow you to do this, then how are you able to do this going through a different person? That's all I'm thinking. It's weird. Okay, creating. No, selling. Okay. Upload your audiobook, okay? No upfront cost. Upload your Spotify selling audiobooks, yes. Spotify, I think, recently started selling audiobooks. Yes, other distributors can and do distribute through Audible. Okay. Okay. I see what you mean. 100 redemption codes. Is there any FAQ? Okay, let's see. Okay, so I guess you just have to request it to not be exclusive anymore. Why am I doing that? Okay. Findaway Voices is Spotify. Okay, nice. Audible likes... Okay, let's see. Catching up on the chat. Other distributors can and do distribute through Audible. There are a few other distributors which are listed in those 40. Each has their own main platform and they will also distribute to others. Audible likes having exclusive rights to some, especially if they are bigger authors. Findaway Voices is Spotify. Okay. Well, this is interesting, and yeah, I will definitely check it out. Thank you for letting me know about this, because I did not know about it. And I was thinking that I could not do anything. But yeah, this sounds good. I'm just wondering how it's possible, but it looks like they have a deal with them somehow, so it's possible. Yeah, Spotify started selling audiobooks. I remember when they said this, and they said it's weird. Spotify started selling audiobooks, but it makes sense. It's an audio platform, so it was probably around that time. Did Findaway exist before Spotify, or did they make Findaway for Spotify? Or did... I don't know. Is Findaway new? Is new as Spotify making audiobooks? Or, like, what came first? I don't know, but that's just a curious question. If you don't know, it's okay. Very interesting, and thank you for sharing that. I will definitely try to look into it, because I might have more success there, because yeah, because currently I don't have much marketing. I guess I haven't been very successful with marketing because I have to try to market for my own, so I'm just like selling it personally. through things like Ko-Fi, Patreon, stuff like that, word of mouth, sending them an MP3, and that's not the best way, I'm sure. It's good for your book to be in a library with other books so that people can see it and come across it organically, of course. You say, you think I like it? It will allow me to get a large an audience as possible. Yes, that would be great. Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that with me. Now, the only problem would be probably, I don't know, because I told my voice artist he did not have to follow the ACX standards because I knew that that was going to be a headache and a hassle to do. And if this means he has to record everything over again, I'm probably going to pass, at least on this one. I might put other books on there, but if he has to do this whole thing over again, yeah, I'm not gonna put him through that. That's sad. No. If I'm able to doctor the audio and somehow make it in compliance, great. But if not, I'm just probably going to consider this a loss and don't do it. Tiberian says allow a large an audience as possible. Yes, one of the main things I want to find a way. It will distribute to Hoopla, which is what my library uses. I listen to books on all the time. Oh, nice. I've heard of Hoopla before as well. And yeah, libraries having audiobooks is funny. I remember when we used to go to the library and get books. But yeah, then I did see that some of them, like when our library got the little computer things to search, and they said, this is available on audiobook. I was like, oh, that's weird, but I never used it. I don't really go to the library anymore, sadly. I love to go to the library, but I'm just so busy. But yeah, the requirements, chapter has to be no more than 120 minutes. You need an opening and an ending credits, and they have to be the right format, MP3. The narrator does all that. Yeah, I know about all of it, okay? It has to be a certain RMS, certain dB. That's like, no. So it's not just the MP3. It has to be specific audio, like dB, RMS. All that is a hassle to do, and a lot of that you're supposed to do when you're actually recording. You have to make sure your microphone is right, and then you have to edit the audio in something like Audacity or something like that and get it into compliance, usually before you send it to Tiberian so that he can check it. He probably does all that already, and you don't have to worry about it. Like you said, your narrator does all that. Exactly. Yeah, so I'm not worried about the cover. I'm not worried about the intro and outro. Not worried about the entry. Yes, exactly. It's a lot of technical stuff dealing with the audio levels and like the volume and the, you know, how the audio comes across. And just listening to it, you really don't think about all that. But Audible is very strict because they don't want to see, when you're listening to an audiobook, imagine the person's like, then Little Red Riding Hood went and then she went to the, and then you're like, whoa, 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 whoa. They don't want that to happen. So they want all the audio to be the same level. They want it to be the same volume level. That's what it is. And all that kind of stuff, the technical stuff, is they want every single audiobook in the whole audio library to be that volume level. That's, in simple terms, this is kind of what it is. They want every single audiobook in Audible to be that volume level so that if you are listening to one book and then you listen to another book, that it doesn't jump. Or if you're listening to one chapter and then another chapter drastically changes in audio or something like that, like in volume, that's disturbing to the listeners, so they do not like that. They want every single audiobook to be the exact same volume, like in the same volume family, I guess. Yes, I have to pay my guy $325 for finished hour. Yeah, audiobooks can be very expensive, and when I voice audiobooks, I undercharge myself, unfortunately. And I just was like, I'm just going to get my name out there. I'm going to voice an audiobook. I'm going to just, so when you search me in the store, you will see that I actually voiced an audiobook. But yeah, voice actors are worth a lot, and it's good to compensate them because they do a lot. They do more than just talking. You think it's easy, but when you're talking, guess what? Also, in addition to the volume and all that stuff, they have to cut out mouth noises that you aren't familiar with. I mean, like, that you don't realize. Mouth noises are a thing. Like popping, all that stuff can't be on there. They actually have to scrub the whole audio, and it's usually not an automated process. You have to listen to your own voice, go through, chop out all the spaces, chop out all this, chop out all this, splice it together. You have to cut out all the different pauses. If you make a little smacking sounds, you have to cut all that out because it's not ASMR, and people will probably get annoyed by that. You have to cut out all this kind of stuff. You have to have room tone, which is, you know, you don't think about this. When the silent parts in the audiobook are just being silent, you just think they're being quiet. But like I said with Audible, the room tone has to be a certain volume. And you're like, well, room tone, what is that? You probably don't know. But basically, when I'm being quiet, well, here you hear music. But when I'm being quiet and there's just like nothing happening, there's still small noises. Oh, prayer request for Kathy. Oh, she's having health issues this morning. Is Kathy your wife? I'm not sure if I remember that was her name or not, but regardless of who Kathy is, we will definitely pray for Kathy. Thank you for redeeming the prayer request. Oh, I don't know her? Okay. All right, I will pray for her anyways. Let me pause the music really quick. All right. Dear God, thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for everything you're doing, and thank you for everything you will do. Thank you for everyone here today, whether they're watching right now live or if they're watching in the future on a pre-recorded video. We thank you for them, and we ask you to bless them and bless their lives right now. Bless everyone connected to them, Lord. Just reach out and touch them, Lord, and help them to be healed and healthy and whole. We thank you for Tiberian today, and Tiberian asks us to lift Kathy in prayer as she is having health issues this morning. Please, Lord, surround her with your love, Lord. Help her with your healing hands. Rest your healing hands upon her and help her health issues to be resolved, Lord, in Jesus' name. We ask you to bless her mind, bless her spirit, bless her body, bless her in every area. Please help her to be whole and be healed and know that she is loved by you, Lord. Help her to realize that you are here with her and that you will help her. And we pray that she feels better. We pray that the health issues are resolved. In Jesus' mighty and miraculous, powerful name, amen. All right. Thank you so much, Tiberian, for redeeming that prayer request. And I will keep her in prayer, definitely. I appreciate that. Yes, so, yeah. A lot goes into audiobooks, and, yeah. Yeah, I will definitely look at Find a Way, and that's interesting. Now, I don't know if you know this off the top of your head, but with Find a Way, are you still able to distribute it on your own, or do you have to go through one of those, I think you said it was 40 companies? Like Apple Music, or Spotify, or Audible, or like they're going to post it on those sites only. You're still not going to be allowed to publish it on your own, or will you? That's just the question I have.
Obligatory associate.
Thank you so much. Thomas Jeff is alive and well. I appreciate you following the channel. Welcome to the stream. If you're just now joining, I'm literally just sitting around here knitting, listening to music, chatting with Tiberian about audiobooks and narrating and editing. We just did a prayer request, and yeah, I have a lot of stuff going on, but you know, we are just chilling out. Tiberian says Findaway allows you to distribute on your own, but you probably won't publish it to one of the ones they're hitting also. Oh, you're saying, okay, so Findaway is just like, these are the platforms that you are doing it. I mean, these are the platforms we will do for you. And then you don't have to go to those platforms and do it again because we're doing that part. If you're going to go to somebody on the street and say, hey, want to buy an MP3? And they say, yeah, then of course Findaway is not doing that. But Findaway is putting them in online libraries that you would otherwise have had to do all on your own, but they're just publishing it everywhere. I think that makes sense. Tiberian says, I don't have any place I want to distribute outside of the 40, so I didn't look into it, but I know you are not forced to be exclusive to Findaway. Nice. Okay, this is sounding good. I'm glad you found this. How did you find a way? But Tink. You probably just did a lot of searching. I was just first looking in Audible, and I just read through Audible because I already knew about Audible because I voiced people's books and stuff like that. And then I said, I don't think I want my book on here. And I just stopped looking. And that's why I just did it on my own. But yeah, it's good that you found this. You probably were just like, what platforms can I use? And then you found them. And it's good that you found them. That's really nice. I feel like this is a good, promising thing. Hopefully it's good. And like you said, outside of those 40, you probably don't have to distribute it anywhere else because those are the 40 that everybody goes to. Those are the 40 that everybody's going to look at. Those are the 40 that they're going to already see your book in the library next to other books, and they're already there to find a book. So 9 times out of 10, where else would you even need to sell it? Which is logical. So, yeah, very interested. Thank you so much again. I cannot thank you enough for introducing me to this. I will definitely check it out. I'm not going to promise that I'm going to do anything on there, but it does sound promising indeed. And I'm glad you found it. Much success to you with publishing on there, and if you are choosing to switch over from ACX for your other books, yeah, much success with that switch. Hopefully that happens if you are planning to do that. He listed Spotify as that one he was using. Wait, research. There was an interesting Reddit post by a pretty well-known author who opted not to do Audible. Oh, nice. Because Audible inexplicably gives so small a percentage to authors. Yes, that's another thing. It was very weird because when I said 60-40 split, I said I don't think that the author's the one getting the 60. And already 60-40 split is a little bit drastic. And then to find out the author is the one getting the 40 is even like worse. So yeah, understandable. I'm glad you found that author and he suggested this site to you. Nice. Alright. So, yeah, I will definitely look into that.
I know. Everyone loves me.
Thomas!
I just wanted to hear you say it.
Thank you so much, Thomas, for subscribing, actually. I appreciate you subscribing, Thomas, Jeff. I appreciate it. Much love to you. Thank you so much. And lots of bunny ear flaps for you. Yeah, I'm just a variety streamer if you just have stopped by. And I just do lots of weird stuff. I'm just knitting right now and chatting. I usually do writing. Sometimes I do gaming. It is March Madness for me, so I am always wearing a different hat every time I stream. And I am drinking tea because I'm the Mad Hatter. So, thanks for stopping by. It's madness. You can check out the shop. There's things you can get me to do. There's other things that I will do. Also, April. I am excited for April, and I am already getting some ideas of what we are going to do on stream in April for the schedule. I get a different schedule every month, so do stay tuned, and I thank you so much for subscribing and following. Much love to you. Yeah, so feel free to do anything. Say hi, chat in the chat, buy something from the shop. I appreciate it. Alrighty. So right now, I've been knitting and it's coming along quite well. It's a scarf.
I know. Everyone loves me.
Oh,
I just wanted to hear you say it.
Thomas, thank you for gifting all the subs. I appreciate it. Wow, we're so close to the goal now, and I realize it's still
I know.
September.
Everyone loves me. I just wanted to hear you say it.
Alright, so you're going to keep hearing him say it. If you don't know who that is John McNally, and he's the one who voices my character, Secret Agent Someone, and he does an awesome job. We were just talking about audiobooks.
Everyone loves me. I just wanted to hear you say it.
And he just won't stop until all of the subs are done. But I appreciate that so much.
I know.
I think this
Everyone loves me. I just wanted to hear you say it.
Where are the pom-poms? Pom-poms! I don't even see my other pom-pom. There it is.
I know. Everyone loves me. I just wanted to hear you say it.
Thank you! We have officially hit our September goal, which is so old. All the way back in September. We did
I
it.
know.
Thanks to
Everyone
you.
loves me. I just wanted to hear you say it.
Much love, Thomas. I appreciate it so much. And there was a way to skip all these alerts in Twitch Studio. I do not know how to skip these alerts in OBS, so we had to hear him say that several times, which is funny, but I appreciate it so much. Thomas says, I scroll Twitch often and it's hard to come across a positive stream, so keep it up. Aww, I'm so appreciative. Thank you so much. God bless. I appreciate you for stopping by, and I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. I was just chilling out. I wasn't even doing hardly anything. But yeah, usually I do writing, and I sometimes play games, and I do so much stuff, but I do always keep positive and much love all the time. I chat with my chat all the time, so I appreciate you so much. I can't say it enough. And thanks so much for stopping by. If you would love to, you know, do anything, stop by. I will always chat with you and stuff like that. Oh, Dream Cartographer, yes. So a variant, yes. Dream Cartographer is a female, yes. That is okay, yes. It's fine. Yeah, sometimes, you know, people default to what they think it is, but yeah, Dream Cartographer is a female though, and she's a very big fan of Secret Agent Someone project. She's been a fan from like the beginning when I first introduced it, and she's in my Discord server, and she's just always following my streams and stuff like that, so I appreciate her so much. And I appreciate you, Thomas, for all the gifts, and thank you for helping us to reach our September goal, which is months old. I didn't even know it was still existing at first. But yeah, I appreciate it. Satrium is here. Hello, Satrium. Hi. And we are just doing the madness here, and Thomas, Jeff is alive and well, just gifted all these subs, and I'm just so appreciative. Yeah, so yeah, thanks. Now we can unlock more emotes, which is great. Handsome co-host is also giving hearts, because much love to all of you guys. I appreciate it. Usually my streams are very chill. Sometimes I get more people, sometimes I get a few people, but I always appreciate all the people. Yes. Madness, I'm in, says Satrium. Yes. So much madness. I am up here knitting a scarf, which is so random. We were talking about audiobooks and stuff. My chapter 2 of Trouble Beginnings should be coming out soon, because I just got the delivery to the final improvement, and it was awesome. So yes, lots of cool stuff is happening, lots of busy stuff is happening, and lots of awesome stuff is happening, and I'm just thankful. So thank you guys so much. You guys are all awesome. Sending all the love and hugs to each and every one of you guys out there. yeah, so what are you guys up to? Thomas and Satrium, I appreciate you guys stopping by, and I appreciate you, Thomas, for doing all the cool stuff. If you guys would like to chat about anything you guys are doing, let me know. We're just chilling out, chatting here, and knitting and talking, and listening to music. If the music is weird, you're still doing day job stuff? Day job stuff. Okay, yeah. Of course. Well, much success to your job. I do understand. Thank you for stopping by while you're even working. I lurk in streams when I'm working also. Unfortunately, I mean, yeah, the World Building Awards. Did you watch those? Because I was able to catch day 1. I could not catch day 2 because I worked away from home. I came home and I turned on the stream and Janet was crying. I was like, oh no! And she was so emotional and was so happy. It was happy tears because everything was just so nice. And I really would love to see the second day of the World Building Awards. Unfortunately, I was not able to, but hopefully I can see the replays when they come up. Hopefully, you know, they're able to show most of it. Because I did catch day 1, and I know on day 1, some of it cannot be recorded. So, day 2, I'm going to hope that most of it could have been recorded, because I would have missed it. I did miss it. But yeah, at least the World Building Awards, I would love to see what happened. I do know some people won. I figured that Strixline would win. And they were like saying, oh no, I don't think I will win. I was like, that map is awesome. I figured that they would win, so, you know. I think they won. Yeah. But anyways, I'm knitting for a thing that I'm supposed to be shipping out. Because if you guys don't know, I make jewelry, I knit, I do crafts, and I actually sell stuff. So I sell like Easter baskets and stuff like that. Jewelry I make and sell, in addition to all the other stuff I do. So I unexpectedly sold these on eBay. Like, I always have stuff up in my shop, and I did not know anybody was going to buy them. So they bought 2 scarves. I already did 1, and I'm doing the next one. Satrium says everything that got nominated was incredibly awesome. Yes, it was. And it was so great to see all these amazing creations. It was. I'm assuming that you did get to catch the actual award show ceremony. And it looked nice. Janet and Demi were dressed up so nice. I want to really see it. I hope I could see it. I'm so grateful to have caught day 1, but day 2 seemed like it was very epic, and I missed it all. Hopefully they can replay it. It was the only thing I managed to catch on the second day, but it was great. Oh, nice. I'm glad you at least managed to catch that. Yeah. So, cool. And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, WorldAnvil is a nice site. I talked about it earlier, where you can world build. You can write, you can make worlds, you can make games, TTRPGs, novels, whatever you're writing. I know Tiberian is writing stuff like Sherlock the Gnome. He plays D&D with the character Sherlock the Gnome. I don't know if you said that somebody you were playing D&D with had a WorldAnvil page, but you can use it to organize your worlds. You can draft up characters and locations and plot lines and everything, and WorldAnvil is really cool, so I recommend you guys check it out. I'm gonna put the link in the chat again. I think it's still on here from when I copied and pasted the first time. Oh no, it's not. Alright, I'm gonna find it again. And I do have to also publish this challenge that I'm doing. There it is. You guys check out WorldAnvil, and it's also the place where I got this cool mug. They have a lot of cool merch too, and it's awesome. But yeah, all kinds of different worlds. Whether you have fantasy worlds, you have sci-fi worlds, you have a regular real-life world, you can put any of it on a WorldAnvil. Oh, yes. So, WorldAnvil is a nice site where you can do lots of cool stuff. And the community is awesome. That's great. Like, so many people are there. You can share your work, your writing. You can find beta readers. You can get help with CSS and other things. You can, you know, it's just such a lovely community. And then they have awesome streams. Do you know there were like over 1,000 people in those World Building Con streams? I never saw that many. Oh, sorry. I never saw that many people watching a WorldAnvil stream. I was like, oh, who are they going to raid? They're going to get a lot of people, but they didn't raid anybody. I like to try to raid even if I have a couple of viewers. But, you know, it's understandable when people don't raid. Sometimes I can't raid. I have to leave instantly. But, yeah. WorldAnvil is surprisingly huge already. Exactly. It is very huge. Their streams usually have a lot of people, yes, but I just never seen like over 1,000 people in the one stream. But it's because World Building Con was very hyped, and they had a lot of guests and stuff there. So that's another thing. I was thinking about my own streams. Tiberian likes to use the Twitch feature where you can guest people on your streams, and I've always been thinking, since they made the Twitch feature, maybe I can have some of these guests, some of you guys as guests on my stream. I'm sure Tiberian probably wouldn't mind coming on to my stream and maybe even playing chess with me or something. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry I keep hitting the microphone. Tiberian will probably love to come on my own stream and play chess in my territory after I learn how to actually play chess. By the way, I think is it our 8th lesson? We are supposed to play our 8th lesson tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and I do need to shout out Tiberian. I think I've programmed co-host. Hopefully co-host does this correctly. Come on, co-host, please. Yay! He did it! Co-host says, go check out Tiberian64 and give him some love. He's nice. He's a chess streamer, and he's also a chess teacher, and we've been streaming our chess lessons every Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and yeah, I think, is this our 8th lesson coming up? So yeah, it's almost coming to an end, actually. It was supposed to be a 10-part series, and I don't know if I'm ready to be considered graduated from the class. Last time I played, I was doing so well, but then, because I was playing against the computer and was only on level 3, which is already not very, advanced. But I was playing on level 3 and I was actually doing quite good. And then suddenly, for some reason, I guess I was sleepy or it was late or something, or I just wasn't paying attention. But I thought that I thought that their pawn was my pawn. So I moved in a place where I said that they wouldn't be able to get me, and then they could get me because that was not my pawn, that was their pawn. And then the game went downhill from there, and that was the first game I actually lost to the computer. If I could rewind that move, I wouldn't have done it, but it was too late. Do check out Tiberian. He does upload these to YouTube. I did not know that I was going to be recorded and uploaded to his YouTube, and I love to, because I love to have all of my streams available to watch anytime, because Twitch will delete them soon. So when I'm subscribed to Tiberian, but I'm so busy I don't usually watch YouTube, but when I was scrolling through, it said, watch Tiberian's latest video, and I was on there. I was like, oh wow, I didn't know he was uploading these. That's cool. So thank you for keeping those and uploading them. And everybody can still go back and see my From Novice to Beginner. So if you guys want to check out Tiberian, oh yes, and Tiberian, if you have anything else you would like me to, you have a website, right? You have a blog or something? Feel free to put it in the chat. Handsome Co-host is nice now. At first last year, I'm gonna say 2 years ago now. That's weird. Time's so flying so fast. But 2 years ago, when I first started streaming, Handsome Co-host was very mean. Like, you won't think he's mean. He doesn't look mean. He's very nice. He's really nice. He wasn't mean, but he was just programmed to, like, ban everybody. And he wouldn't let people talk. Like, this is one of the reasons why I know that Tiberian doesn't really like to raid people who have a followers-only chat, because then if we're not a follower, we can't chat, which is annoying sometimes. But Co-host was that kind of guy, and he was not letting anybody chat until they've been following the stream for like 15 minutes, and I literally streamed for like 30 minutes. So by the time the people followed and they tried to wait the 15 minutes, I just ended the stream. So they couldn't talk, and people went in the Discord after and they were like, we were watching your stream, we couldn't say anything. And I was like, oh my goodness, Handsome Co-host is not being nice, and he would not allow people to post links and stuff. I was like, okay, I'm gonna fix this. Reprogram you. So he's good now. I haven't had many bad people coming into the stream and posting links and stuff like that, so Handsome, see, he's looking very speculative right now. He's warning you guys, if you start doing bad stuff, he might start banning you again. But do feel free to post links. I haven't had too many bad incidents where people are, you know, doing bad stuff in the chat. So feel free to post links. I don't think that they will be banned. But yeah, I have had a couple of bots, but I easily quickly banned them. They weren't really inappropriate. They were just buy followers and stuff like that. I'm like, no, thanks. Ban. But other than that, feel free to like put links in the chat, Tiberian, if you want to link your blog or whatever that you're working on. If you guys, anybody else, even who's not Tiberian, if you guys are working on anything, let me know, and you can feel free to put your stuff in the chat too. We want to check you guys out, and we want to support you guys too, and we thank you for supporting and chatting and being awesome in this stream. So yeah, for now, you're good and will not be banned. So anyways, yeah, tomorrow is going to be the 8th lesson as time flies, and we are going to see how I work out if I'm going to be able to I guess the premise is I'm going to see if I can play chess against my brother. Now personally, I do not know if my brother, and you guys, some of you guys probably know, well, do I? When we were younger, we would play chess very weird, and we did not know really about chess. We, well, we knew, like, how the pieces moved. And we knew the objective to chess was to capture the king. But, you know, other than that, we were not really good with the strategy. We had quote-unquote strategies, but they were not really chess strategies. And then things would get really hectic and crazy. And it just wasn't chess. Like, if the real chess player was watching us, they would be like, what on earth are you doing? Please stop. So, I haven't really played chess since then, until Tiberian offered to do the series from novice to beginner. And all I really knew was the objective to the game, and I did know how the pieces moved, and, you know, that was it. So I'm learning more strategies, I'm learning more, you know, terminology. I'm not going to remember all of that, but I am learning more terminology than I knew at first. I'm learning more strategies, I'm learning more pay attention to everything on the board kind of thinking, and I am, of course, way better than I was when I started. Tiberian is an awesome teacher, by the way, and yeah, but I'm just not an expert or anything, so I will probably still get obliterated by any chess player who is somewhat even relatively decent at the game. But hopefully, after the 10th lesson, I will be able to hold my own in a game and at least do some good moves that have potential, I guess. But yeah, hopefully, I'm able to be an expert chess master. I'm not sure if that's going to happen or not, but Tiberian is an awesome teacher, so I'm very thankful for him helping me to learn. Alright, and I'm gonna finish this row, and what we're going to do is I need to go typing in a room. In fact, I will probably just put the typing on the screen for a moment, because people are waiting for me in a second to post this challenge. It's an epic character challenge, and you guys probably can't see it because it's so small, but it's okay that you can't see it because it's really something that you guys won't understand anyways. Okay. And if you guys like to keep chatting, feel free to keep chatting. I'm just doing this really quickly and I'll go back to doing something else. Oh, Tiberian's lurking. Alright, thanks so much, Tiberian, for hanging out with me. I appreciate it, and much success at work. Much love, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow and our lesson. Hopefully, I will stream at 7 p.m. Eastern Time and raid you. And if you do return, welcome back. But if not, have a blessed day, and I appreciate you so much. Much love. And if you're just now joining, thank you. We are just typing a little bit because, you know, we're typing. All right. Okay, this is fun. Basically, I'm typing an epic character challenge. If you don't know what it is, it's okay. It's too late to join now, but basically, it's for character development. If you're a writer and you might want to enter your character so that you can do different challenges and learn things about your character, you know, that's what we're doing. So every challenge will be a scenario with your character, and you're exploring their emotions and exploring what they will do in certain situations. So that's what we're doing. Alright, let's see. I'm going to copy and paste this exact picture. Open in browser. Copy image. There we go. It's a bird. It's a plane. Who is it? Superman. Okay, and we are going to, what should chapter 3 be named? I have all this, but I didn't actually name the chapter. I wanted to name it something like Good Deeds. But okay. And you might wonder, why don't you have this already typed out? Because it might change, because like the clue crackers and all that stuff, I have all the challenges, of course, already, but I just like to type in the moment so that I can convey what I want to convey in the moment. And that's not the best, but if I have it scheduled, pre-scheduled, and might reference something that I'm not even thinking about anymore, I'm like, wait, what was that? Where did that come from? What is wrong with my keyboard? Now we're gonna copy and paste the guidelines of keeping it PG-13 and stuff like that. Wait, where is it? Okay, there we go. Alrighty. So let's go. Let's read over and make sure. Please leave your story around 1,000 words. Stay in the PG-13 realm. Da 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 da. Okay. There we go. Awesome. Alright, and we will reply to this. Okay, and we're gonna copy this link and put it over in the other thread. Alrighty, a lot is going on. Thank you for bearing with me. I'm just sitting here chatting, doing nothing. I'm actually just being quiet, which is bad for a stream. But I'm here still, guys. If you'd like to talk, feel free. I'm just doing something because I am late. I was supposed to be doing this. Now, where is the fanfare? Tuba. I mean, not tuba, trumpet. Okay. Now we're going to go in the Discord and post this. If you guys want to join the Discord, please do. It's fun. And right now we are doing the epic character challenge. Handsome Co was just posted in the chat. Now we're going to do chapter 3. We're going to create a new post over here. Why did I X that out? I'm so annoying. History. Open that back. I need that back so I can copy and paste from it. What am I doing? Alright. I don't have too much going on. Let's do a new chapter. Chapter. And... I just realized that Camp NaNoWriMo is coming up. There's too much stuff going on. I'm probably going to... did I not name the chapter? I'm just gonna name the chapter Super You. I don't know what else to call it. I'm just thinking about Super Y right now. Super You. want to call it something good too, because chapter 1 was not good. I mean, chapter 1 was good. It was still in the good saga. But it was not named something good. It was called Talent Show. And then chapter 2 was named All Good Things, and chapter 3 is named Super You. So we'll just do that. We don't want like 2 chapters to be named good and then the other chapter not be named good, and then it's just like inconsistent, like I did the wrong thing. I should come up with the names for these chapters before I do it. I have some of the names. I know what all the chapters are gonna be. It's a lot. I don't know what I'm even saying anymore. Yeah, I do have a lot of chapters, so I will let you know. I have all of the chapters. I just don't have their names, and I don't have the copy paste of what it's supposed to be. So let's upload Superman. Let's download this Superman GIF. Did we? Oh, we don't have to download it. We can just copy image. It's not even a GIF. Why did I say GIF? Oh, they don't allow you to do that? Okay, never mind. We'll just download. Okay. I'm going to tag clue crackers here. Oh, never mind. I don't tag them there. I tag the group here. Is there a... No, there's not. Okay. Okay, there we go. I've already gotten likes on it. Alright, posting. I feel like I did something wrong, but I'm going to post it anyway. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm done, I think. Alright, so I think I did good by giving the clue crackers time to solve the puzzle. I don't think I've ever revealed the answer without solving the puzzle. So I just wanted to give them a hint so they can do that. I've gotten 2 likes on it already. Great. Awesome. Alright, so now I'm done with that. Alright, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me and being patient as I do stuff and you can't even see what the heck I'm doing. Anyways, I don't know if any of you guys play Wordle, but we're just gonna see if I can play Wordle, because I did not play Wordle today. And where's Wordle? Wordle. Now, if you guys don't want Wordle to be spoiled, sorry. If you would like to play Wordle right now with me, there's the link in the chat. Now, Wordle used to be its own game, if you don't remember, and New York Times bought it, basically. So, yeah, Wordle is good. It's a cool game. If you don't know what it is, basically with Wordle, what we do is we have to guess words. It's kind of like had something that I was going to say it's like. But you guess the word. Kind of like Hangman. Yes, that's what I was going to say. It's kind of like Hangman. You guess the words, and then they tell what a word is. They tell what letter is there, and then they tell what letter's not there, and then they tell what letter is there, but it's in the wrong spot. So that's the difference with Hangman. With Hangman, when you guess a letter, it automatically puts in the right spot. But with this game, you have to guess the word as a word. You have to. All your letter guesses are words. So I like to start. I will just go ahead and start. I like to start with the word audio because I feel like it hits all the vowels except for E. So AUDIO is my first guess nearly all the time, 99.9% of the time. And there we go. Already we see. Oh no! Okay. If you are, your first is what raise. Okay, great. So since you're here and you said you do not want me to spoil it, good. Okay, great. Your first is raise, great. So you can keep listening, Tiberian. Don't worry, I won't spoil Wordle for you. I won't, because I know you're not going to be able to do it right now because I think you're working and lurking. So I'm just gonna do it in another tab. I will just be quiet while I'm doing it, which is weird. But yeah, I will not spoil it for you at all. Don't worry, you can stay here. Raise is a good first one. It hits 30 vowels, and it hits the popular letters R and S. So yeah, nice start. All right. Usually with my Wordles, I'm able to get Wordle in like 3 words, and it was too easy for me at first. So I decided to start playing on hard mode. Now in hard mode, you cannot guess any word. So what happened with me was, if you like, say Tiberian starts with raise, okay? And I'm not going to talk about today's word because I still don't see it and I don't know it, and I'm not going to spoil it for you. But say Tiberian starts with raise and the word has an A in it. Now, you can decide to guess a whole new word that has like an O and a U in it, since raise doesn't have that. And then if you find the letters overlap, and then you know what the word is. And I was finding that was too easy because I was like getting it every single time. So with hard mode, what you have to do is, if you guess raise and there's an A, you have to use A in your next guess, which takes up a lot of letters, and it also makes it hard for you to think of a word that you can guess that's an actual word, not just guessing gibberish letters, that actually has the A in it, and, you know, has the other letters in it, if there are any. And then, say you guess the A and it's in the exact right spot. On your next guess, you have to put the A in that good right spot. Or they won't let you. So in hard mode, you have to, if you get anything right, you have to carry that over to the next guess. And it's very challenging and annoying sometimes, but I find it is still a challenge. Like the original version was just not a challenge for me anymore. So on hard mode, sometimes I lose, which is good. I feel like if I'm winning every single time, it was just becoming kind of boring for me. So hard mode makes it challenging still for me. So I like hard mode. But it is annoying sometimes. Sometimes I actually lose. I hardly ever lost the regular Wordle when I was, you know, able to guess any kind of words. Like, I would have my go-to first word that covered a lot of letters, and then my go-to second word covered the other letters. But with this hard mode, if I guess one letter right, I have to use that next time. So if I guess 2 letters right, I have to use those next time. If I guess 3 letters right, I have to use those next time. Now, it's okay sometimes when, like, the letters left, you know what they are, so it's easy. But if you're like, what on earth is this word, and you don't know what to make out of those, It's very challenging to even come up with a second or third guess because you have to include those letters that you got right in the first time. But yeah, that's what I do now. I play hard mode. If you guys play Wordle, do you guys like hard mode? Yes or no? Have you heard of hard mode? Did you try it before? Are you good at it? Do you win Wordle most of the time, or do you not win? It's okay, no judgment. If you'd like to share, feel free. If not, no worries at all. I'm just playing Wordle in another tab because some people don't want it to get spoiled, so it's fine. Oh, you're back. You finished your Wordle. Nice. Okay, so I had already stopped sharing my screen. So please don't spoil it for me now because I decided to not do it because you spoiled. But yeah, I was asking everybody, do you guys play in hard mode or easy mode? I was finding that easy mode is too easy for me, so I started playing hard mode. I actually sometimes lose hard mode. I hardly ever lost easy mode, but I like a challenge, so I feel like hard mode is what I need for a challenge. Interesting. So I usually, with regular Wordle, get it on the third try because I guess one word in the first, one word in the second, and then those letters being absent probably help me to create the third one. But with hard mode, I have to use the letters that were right to carry over to the next word. So that makes it more challenging for me. So I'm on my third guess right now, and I did not get it yet. But let's see. What should I do? All right, so you like me to see, you like to see the Wordle now because you've done yours. Great, 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 great. Okay, if anybody else is doing Wordle or haven't, then yeah, sorry, but we will show mine. So right now I do audio. So what I used to do is I would do like audio first word, and then the second word would have the E in it and the popular letters like S, T, R probably. But I would do it where none of these letters were repeated. And then with those, I would know what vowels are in the word and probably where they are. Oh, you just muted and stopped watching. Okay, great. So, since that was becoming too easy for me, I have decided to do hard mode. So I've been doing hard mode for a long time now because the regular mode was too easy. So I do audio first, and I see that O is the only vowel from these. So I figured the O is probably right here, and to get these popular letters, S, T, and R, I guess the word store, so I can also grab that E, and as I expected, O and E are in the right spot. But no S, T, and R. So I decided to... Do you think it's cheating to check for words that have already been used since they never repeated it? Well, I don't check for words. I mean, like, I don't Google words that have already been used for Wordle. I might use my own brain to think, hey, didn't they do this before? And then but sometimes my brain is unreliable because sometimes I think, hey, they did this word before, and then they really didn't do it. So I just rely on my own brain, but sometimes my own brain thinks and I think, okay, they didn't do that one, so I don't think that's it. So when I see the O and E are in the right spots, then I thought of bloke. It was not bloke. So now I know that what else can be here. What begins with blank L, O something. So I could think of glow and plow something. I don't think any of these other letters. Oh, clo. It could be clo. Clone, maybe. I'm thinking this is an N here. So I'm gonna try. But see, this is why I lose sometime. Tiberian says, I think it's fair since you could remember a previous word. I think it should be fair play. Yes, exactly. So I'm gonna try the word clone. But I feel like they did clone before. But I don't know. So let's try. Ah, neither of them was correct. You keep a list of previously used words in a notepad and check against that before you guess a word. Okay, that's okay. That's good. That's how you play. That's good. Um, yeah, I personally don't, but yeah, that's smart to do. Um, you know what I think though? Here's another thing. When they do a double letter, it's annoying. But I feel like elope might be it. But I feel like they did elope before also. Um, Now there's another thing. It could be a ve. Love. Okay, plo something. No. Yeah, Tiberian says I think they used elope before also. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay, the only things that can be right here, probably going to be a V, a P, or an M. And I'm probably wrong. I just can't see it. G, maybe? Woj. No, I don't think that's a thing. Woj. And I'm probably pronouncing this wrong, because since the E's here, I'm thinking it's Oj, but it might not be. It might be... Oh. Well, that's still a long O. I don't know. Oh, let's see. Okay, so maybe it's a W. No. I mean, it could be an X. Okay. And I feel like I should just do elope, but I really think that now that since Tiberian said I think they did that too, and Tiberian already played it, that's kind of telling me that that's not it. It could be a lie. Loy? Ah, you know what? Well, technically today is the first day of spring, but it's still cold out there. Could it be glove? Yes! Got it! Alright, so my statistics are totally wrong because, for one, I play on the computer sometimes, I play on my phone sometimes. And then I've cleared my cache before, which totally... Ah! Why did I do that intro screen really quick? I've cleared my cache sometimes, which... when you clear your cache, if you're not logged in, well, now you can log in because it's the New York Times, and you can log in and you can keep track of your progress. But at first they didn't have that, and it was all based in your browser, and one time I cleared my cache and it just destroyed all my progress. So I said after that, I did not care anymore. And then like I would play on my phone sometimes, and even when I did that, I used to like play on my phone sometimes, and then if I was like mainly keeping progress on my computer, I would go on my computer, like if I'm like somewhere away from home and I'm just on my phone, I would do it on my phone, but then when I get home, go to my computer and don't cheat, but I would put in the exact words that I did on my phone so that my computer can keep track of the progress. And I know that's weird, but I used to do that, and I used to care a lot about the stats. But since everything got destroyed, then I just said, you know what, I don't care anymore. Tiberian says, I play on my phone exclusively and try to do it daily since I compete with relatives. Yes, I try to do it daily too, and I've been posting it in my servers and stuff like that. I'm part of a couple of servers that have full Wordle channels, and sometimes I just get behind on it, but I hardly ever miss a day. But even if I do it, I just do it quickly and then I just don't post it or whatever. But I have actually missed a couple of days probably now because I've been too busy. But the cool thing about Wordle is it's very quick, and you can just, you know, just do it. It's just fun, and it's something that you can just do quickly. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Alright, great. Alright. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just doing random stuff. It doesn't make any sense. What else should I do? Let me know what I should do, guys, because guess what? I've taken care of the main thing I was supposed to do, and that was the thing that I really needed to do, was to publish that chapter for the Epic Character Challenge, and I did that, so I'm good now. And then I have to also do this knitting thing while we just chat and knit. But also, I have the stuff, so I can probably post the chapter 2 of Troubled Beginnings very soon. And like I said, it's called chapter, but it's really longer than a chapter. This one is literally 2 hours and like 12 minutes long. I did not know how long it was at first either. I just write. So if you're not familiar with Troubled Beginnings or Secret Agent Someone, I think that Handsome Co-host can let you guys know about him. I think. There we go. So you can check out that link and you'll find out more about Secret Agent Someone. But basically, the main character is a secret agent, and he is unnamed. Well, he doesn't really have a name, so they call him Secret Agent Someone. And this Troubled Beginnings tells about his childhood. It tells, yes, he has a pseudonym, someone else would. But Troubled Beginnings tells about his childhood. It tells about his life before he was a spy. And it has 3 stages. First is the stage where he was young child. And I feel like I said this before on stream, but it could be spoilers to some people. But he, you know, lived in a certain place. I guess I could say he lived in a mansion. Spoilers. That is the first literal chapter. So then the second chapter covers his next stage of life. He's a little bit older and he has changed locations. Then the third chapter, I believe, is supposed to be his first years at Will-O-Wisp, probably. And then that is it. That is the origin story of the Secret Agent Someone. So, chapter 1 is already out, It is good. It's like an hour long. It's over 10,000 words. If you care to listen to it, the amazing John McNally is voicing someone. And if you don't know the story about this, I at first was writing this story in like third person, and when I wrote in third person, I did not know who I would want to narrate it. But then John was like, I can narrate it, because he was already voicing someone in like the audio dramas and stuff like that. And I was like, well, that's gonna be weird if you're narrating it in third person. But then I said, you know what? And I rewrote it to be in first person. I originally wanted it in first person, but it just didn't sound right because the character doesn't like to share about his past. So then I had to fast forward and act as if he's sharing about his past in the future, because it just wouldn't make sense for him to share about his past in the current day. And this probably makes absolutely no sense to you, but this is the life of a writer. I know my characters, and I know that he would not be sharing this information with just anybody, so I had to fast forward and to a point where he would be sharing this, maybe. And retrospectively show the share. And then, so chapter 1 is already out. Chapter 2 is 2 hours, and like over 2 hours, and so many words. And yeah, so I think that it's very good. It covers a lot of his life and significant milestones. And you will probably wonder, why is chapter 1 1 hour and chapter 2 2 hours? Well, it's because, for one, I'm not limiting myself with time or words. Some people are like, how long should a chapter be? Should chapters be like 500 words? Should chapters be 1,000 words? Should chapters be 2,000 words? No, I don't do that. What I do is, okay, this is a leg of the story. I know this has 3 legs. So, the first one, I did that one. Made it go off a cliffhanger, nearing the end of that one leg. Chapter 2 has the little bit of continuation from that one leg, and then a transition into the, second leg. And the second leg is just longer than the first leg, the reason why that happened. And I did not know. I just write. I write the story that is in my brain, and I just don't have any kind of map. I just say what happened, and the characters tell me what happened, and I just put it on paper. I'm just weird. But yeah, it's not really split up like chapters, and that's another thing how Tiberian was telling me about Find a Way audiobook services. And if each chapter has to be no longer than an hour and 20 minutes, I will have to split it up, because right now it's not split right. It's just not. Wait, did you say an hour and 20 minutes or 120 minutes? If he said 120 minutes, that's 2 hours. If he said an hour and 20 minutes, that's something entirely different. 120 minutes, 2 hours. Okay, great. That's better, but still, this chapter is going to have 12 minutes cut off of it. Like, the first chapter is good. The first chapter is just an hour and some change. The second chapter is 2 hours and like 12 something minutes. So if I did this, I would have to find some kind of way to split it up. Maybe add something to chapter 1 so that chapter 2 can be less time, or I would have to just add some of the chapter 2 to chapter 3. I don't know. But I would have to find something to do, because that would not be allowed on the platform. Standard on any of the platforms, 120. break up their recordings. They don't have to be literal chapters, but you can upload more than 120 minutes per segment. Yes. Of course. Yeah, I'm calling them chapters because I just did that, and that was a horrible marketing tactic. People said, we don't want to pay that much for a chapter. That sounds horrible. Like a chapter, you can usually read it within a matter of minutes, and the chapter is over. Chapter is usually just like a few pages, and that's it. This is the reason why I don't like to call it chapters anymore, but I already set it in stone that these were chapters, and there's 3 chapters. But it's really not chapters. It's really like novellas. They're each individual novellas on their own. So the first novella is covering this part of his life. The second novella is covering this second part of his life, and the third novella is covering a third part of his life. Tiberian does say, is anything really set in stone? No, it really isn't. Yes, your narrator should know how to do that, as it is required for all the platforms. Well, yeah, I edit a lot too, so it's okay. It doesn't have to be him. I can do it. But the thing is, he made the chapter. I mean, what happened was I even broke it up for him. So he delivers them in milestones. At first we were just doing it way more disjointed, but we recently started doing the milestones, which is better, and I just put the audios together on my own. I edited. So I don't need him to necessarily do that part. I do it, and it's just my fault that I made the chapter that long, because I just didn't know how long it was supposed to be. Of course, I can call it books or parts. Yes, I could. But the problem is, like, the little marketing that I did already has chapter on all the graphics and stuff like that. So if I change the word chapter, then it's going to be weird. See, Tiberian asks, how long are the milestones? So this is the thing. I'm not like that. I don't keep track of time like that. So the thing is, I just send him stuff. I just sent them the thing, and I just said, just do it, and then, like, you can break it up into whatever. And then he, just sends me what he's done, and then I just say, okay, cool, and I put it together. And I really don't know the length of anything. Some of it is like 8 minutes, and the next one can be 40 minutes, and the next one, it doesn't matter. It's just a lot. We're kind of busy, so we just get done when we can get done when we can get it done. So yeah, all those kind of weird things. It's weird. I'm just weird, and I'm not a stickler for each part has to be a certain length, certain time limit, certain word counts. No, I didn't even do that. And I had tried to do chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3 when I was writing the book, and then I just said, you know what, I'm not doing this because I don't even know where's a chapter at. I just write. I think this would be a great place to cut off, and then I just say, okay, cut it off here. But I told him to ignore all the things that I had said chapter 1, chapter 2, because the chapter started getting wonky, and I just said, you know what, just leave that alone. It's just, don't care. That's not how it is. It's just a story. Just tell it. So yeah. Would I still want my recording? Can I listen to it on my phone? Okay. So here's a question. Do you have an iPhone? I would share a file. No, it's not a code to download, but if you go to Ko-fi, if you buy it on Ko-fi or Ko-fi or whatever it's called, if you have an iPhone. Now, I don't know if iPhones can download MP3s. Can they download MP3s? Because I remember my auntie, she's technically my cousin, but we call her auntie because she's more like sister to my mom than a cousin to my mom. But she has an iPhone, so we have a lot of songs on her phone. She's like, can you put those songs on my phone? And when we tried to download an MP3 on her phone. iPhone could not read the MP3. But this was years ago, so I don't know if this is how iPhones still are or not. But if, because I know that iPhones are very monopolizing. They want you to go to iTunes. They want you to, patronize Apple products. So if you download an MP3 on your phone, I don't know if it will be able to play it or not. But if you are able to download MP3s, you can. If you are not able to, what I do, you can download and listen to an MP3 on your phone. Good. So, well, if you go to the Ko-fi and you do that, then once you purchase, it will automatically send you an MP3 to download. And if you are not able to listen to it for any reason, do reach out to me and I will make sure you have it either to stream online with a secret link or, email it to you, whatever works. So, let me see. I'm going to put, I did say, I think I said that I was going to send you one for free. So, I will try to do that. Now that chapter 2 is out, I can send both. It's over 3 hours worth of content now. Okay, I can still put in the chat. If you are just arriving, thank you so much for joining. We are just sitting here. It's the first day of spring. I have my bunny ears. I'm knitting. I'm talking. Support. Why on earth is co-host under an alias? I don't know why co-host is posting under Streamlabs, but there it is. Co-host has given you guys a link. If you'd like to go check out Troubled Beginnings, you can go to my Ko-fi there and purchase it from the shop, or anyway, I know I just put this there too, but you can actually just go to this link instead. It's the whole Secret Agent Someone page, and there you will be able to see so many free audio dramas from Secret Agent Someone. You will be able to see the whole Troubled Beginnings page where you can find Singed Remnants, which is kind of a preview to that, and it links to the Ko-fi as well. So yes, if you're just now joining, I'm just knitting, I'm just chatting. If you have anything to chat about, feel free to drop it in the chat. There's also lots of stuff you can buy in the shop, and yeah, I'm just doing lots of stuff because we're just chilling out today and trying to get stuff done while doing other stuff. Multitasking stream. Yeah. So, yeah, it's Troubled Beginnings, Chapter 2, which I'm calling Chapter 2. It's literally like 2 hours and 12 minutes. But Chapter 2 is almost out, and hopefully it will be out probably this week. If not, maybe April. But I have all the parts, which is awesome. I just need to finish editing up the book to put on Kindle, and I have to make sure I edit the audio appropriately and upload the MP3 to Ko-fi so that it can be purchased there. But it is good, so that's good. I was surprised that it was able to be ready this soon, but yes. The plan was February, but that got messed up. I thought that the March plan was going to get messed up too, because we have a lot of stuff going on, but it's okay. I'm glad that everything's good. Well, I'm thankful. Yeah, God is good. Yeah, so Troubled Beginnings is just the origin story of my main character of my project that I just put in the link in the chat, so if you would like to check it out, please let me know. Or just check out the link on your own, you don't have to let me know anything. Yeah, so for April, I was thinking about maybe having guests come on to the stream. Tiberian loves to have to use the guest feature. So maybe I could have different people come onto the stream. I did have a guest on the stream a long time ago. Was it September Gaming? Yes, and this is September. This was all the way from back then. Bill from Escape This Podcast came onto my stream, and we were streaming games. We were playing Played Up, which was a very interesting game, and a very hectic game. And that that was really fun. I was a little bit under the weather at the time, but it was fun nevertheless. So maybe I could have a guest on again. We could play a game, or we could do something else. I'm sure if Tiberian guests here, he might want to play chess. He might want to, I don't know, talk about audiobooks, like we're talking about now. I don't know, lots of different things can happen. I also thought about maybe having a game show on my stream, which would be fun. A lot of the WorldAnvil community does watch my streams, so I was thinking also that maybe we could do like a fun... You'd be honored. Oh, thank you, Tiberian. I'd be honored. Yeah. I was thinking maybe we could do a fun game show or something like that. Doing anything would be fun, including another writing duet. Oh yes! We should do another writing duet. Tiberian did these writing duets, so basically the first person writes a sentence. I mean, well, actually, the chat gives us a sentence or a prompt, or maybe we go online and find a prompt. And then the first person writes one sentence, the second person writes another sentence, and we try to finish the story within the... We try to finish the story before the time goes up. Once the time goes up, that's it, and the story is over. So, like last time, somebody did something about like an alien UFO or something was overhead, and Tiberian was thinking one thing, I was thinking the other thing. And so he tried to make something happen, then I made something else happen. But it's so fun, and it's hectic, and it's very interesting to see different writers and different mindsets and where they take the story. And then the chat can also contribute, of course, even though the writing is going on between just two people. But we did even talk about maybe doing a writing trio or something where there's 3 people writing, which would be funny. I don't know how that would work, but we have a Word document that we're sharing, like a Google Doc or something, and each of us tries to type in, and we're not typing at the same time. We take turns, like chess. Like the timer, go, then that person goes, stop. Then the next person goes, stop. Then the next person goes, stop. But only we don't stop the timer. The timer keeps running, and we have to together try to finish the story before the timer runs out. Was it like 5 minutes? What was it? 15 minutes? I feel like 15 minutes is too long. Maybe it was 15 minutes. I don't know. We had some kind of time limit. It was very interesting. So that would be a good thing to revisit. Then I was thinking about like a game show. If any of my guests, if any of my chat folks would like to come on stream, that would be cool, and we could maybe play games, solve puzzles. Yeah, EnigMarch is going on right now, and I still haven't created a puzzle for EnigMarch yet, and that's disappointing. I thought about the other day, I mentioned on stream that maybe I should use these for VSS prompts. So we have the VSS collab going on right now, and we have the EnigMarch. So each one of those give daily words for the month of March, and I kind of saw where some of them could align, and I was thinking maybe we can make short stories accompanied by puzzles for every day in March for EnigMarch. And it's already the 20th of March. So we have less than like 11 days to finish EnigMarch. But it's not impossible. We can do it. I've done VSS like all in one day at the end of the month. So, I mean, but puzzles is way different from just writing a story, because you have to make sure that the puzzle is solvable. You have to think of a solution. You have to think of what kind of puzzle you're making. Is it a word puzzle? Is it a picture puzzle? And I've been making puzzles for things. Just like that, the epic character challenge that I was just talking about. I made puzzles for that, but they're not really in conjunction with EnigMarch, because EnigMarch is something else. If you're just now joining us, we're just talking about EnigMarch right now, and I'm going to put the link to EnigMarch in the chat. EnigMarch is a fun puzzle challenge where every day in the month of March a new prompt is released, and you are challenged to make a puzzle based on that prompt, however you interpret it. I had the honor of doing interviews with several puzzle makers in the puzzle making community in February. Most of the interviews happened last year, like for the end of the year, and I was feeling sick again. This is very weird, but whenever I'm like doing these kind of things, a lot of times people don't know that I'm not feeling well, but I was not feeling well. But people said that they couldn't tell, so I don't know. Can you tell? I'm gonna put in the EnigMarch in the chat so that you guys can. Sorry for hitting the microphone. I keep doing that. Okay, here's the EnigMarch link. So go check it out. You can follow on socials. You can see their YouTube page where you will see that I've interviewed many people, including Errol Illumir. You may know him from Room Escape, the Room Escape Divas. It was a podcast, but it did get discontinued. But he's a Canadian puzzle maker, and he does a lot of other stuff too. He's part of like the Cryptex Hunt and stuff like that, and a lot of people know him. Then there's also Brett Keener. People know him too, that guy with the puzzles. And then Bill and Danny from Escape This Podcast, of course. So a lot of people know them. Their podcast is awesome. And we have Sarah Wilson, who is the creator of EnigMarch. I interviewed her as well. So if you'd like to check out those interviews, they can be found at that link, and you probably have to go to the YouTube channel to find them. But if you don't want to check out the interviews, that's okay. Still check out EnigMarch because it's really cool, and it's not too late to get started. There's a new prompt released every single day, but you can do them all in one day, or you can just pick and choose which ones look interesting to you and do those. I'm gonna try to catch up, and I have like 11 days to catch up. It's so weird how time is just flying so fast. Like literally, we are already almost in April, and I feel like it was just New Year's yesterday. And yeah, but time waits for no one. Time flies. And yeah. Speaking of April, like I said, I was trying to get my April schedule together. I don't know if I want April to be a guest month where I have guests come on. If you guys would like to come on, that would be cool. If not, that's okay. Some people don't like to show their face. Some people just like to stay in the chat. You guys can stay in the chat. If you'd like to show your face, that would be cool. If you'd like to just call in and we hear your voice, that would be cool too. But yeah, if you guys are interested in like guesting on my stream, let me know. Even if you're watching this in like the future when I post this and you're watching a replay, then feel free to message me or something. Let me know if you guys want to be on my stream and what you guys would want to do. Like, March is just a very random month. I've just been doing random stuff. As you see, I'm just knitting right now, which is very random. And I played chess. I played a Roblox the other day. I was horrible at it because I think either my remote was just not, I didn't know the controls to use, and I probably do need to charge my remote too. My little sister was trying to get me to play the different games, and I was just losing. That's horrible. I need to become a better gamer. I game sometimes. Certain games are cool. Colonel's here. Hello, Colonel. On here as meant to be working, but system read only for this week. Oh, okay. It's okay. Thank you so much for joining. If you do need to go, feel free, but I appreciate you stopping by always. And yeah. You say you're supposed to be working. I don't understand what you mean by system read only, unless like that's something with your job and you cannot work. But okay, no matter what, hopefully you have a wonderfully lovely day. That means chilling out, no work. If that still means you work, it's okay. I do pray you have a good day still. We're just chatting, sitting around talking. I know that you were in the first world building con, the first day of world building con. It was pretty nice. Did you happen to make the second day of world building con? Sorry, tea. And it's getting cold now. It's gotten cold. Our systems update this time each year, so we log on and can't do anything. Well, that reminds me of sometimes at this job that I'm currently at, the office job, we just sit there and the little program we have is just not giving us any work, so we just sit there and wait. But every 5 seconds we have to log in a tracker that the system hasn't given us any work so that they can know we're still at our computer, which is annoying. But okay. And then at my other job, my cashier job, which I still do on the weekends, whenever I'm scheduled during inventory, the store is not open. I mean, well, if the store is open, like nobody's there and nobody's shopping. And if not, it's like early in the morning, nobody's here. The inventory people are just over here taking note of everything we have, counting all the boxes, counting all the things on the shelf, and we're just literally just standing there being quiet, being still, not doing anything. And I was like, well, can I at least stock something? They're like, no, because the inventory people will count the box. Don't unload the box, you know, that's gonna make it harder for them. So I said, like, then what do I do? And they're like, just sit around. I'm just like, I just feel weird whenever I'm sitting around and not doing anything at work, like, especially if I'm supposed to be at work. Now, I appreciate if I'm working from home and, like, it's a slow time. I could just literally just, like, watch something or listen to something or, like, wash dishes or something or, like, knit or something, you know. There's more things I could be doing, but if I'm having to go out of my house, go to another place, and just sit there and wait and do nothing, I feel like, why am I here? I need to leave. I'm doing nothing productive. Colonel says I got bits and pieces of the con, didn't win anything. Aw, it's okay. Well, it was good to see you there. I mean, one of my suggestions, there's a form to fill out also for the World Building Con for things that you liked and things you didn't like, things that you'd love to see next time. One of the things that I love would be, you know how they usually do Beautiful People Awards, right? Now, they don't necessarily have to do awards, but I'm just saying, since it's a con, it's a world building con, and you think like Comic-Con or something like that, why can't we have had a Beautiful People so that we could see each other at the con? Like, if you're going to the Comic-Con, you want to dress as Superman, we were talking about earlier today, then that would be great for people to see your costume. You know, when you're at the World Building Con, everybody can be dressed up as like something from their world. They could be dressed up as some knight or something like that. Put me on the Beautiful People list. Oh, thank you. But yeah, I was just thinking that that would be nice to have, you know, been able to see a lot of the beautiful beings in their costumes for the World Building Con. That's the good thing about having it online, is that everybody can kind of watch it and we don't have to worry about time zones and traveling and all that stuff. But the bad thing is we can't really see each other. So I was just thinking it would be great for us to at least kind of get the feel of seeing each other. Like, did you see he was wearing this costume at the con? Like that, but only a virtual version of that. The second thing would be, like, I know that if it's supposed to be more of a, like, formal convention, as the second day we saw that they were dressed up. I mean, well, I don't know if you saw the full thing, but you did say you didn't win anything. That's okay, Colonel. You do a lot of good writing, and yeah, I didn't win anything either, of course. I didn't even make the short list. But don't be discouraged. It's okay. Keep writing and keep doing your awesome stuff. I still do have to contact you about maybe playing D&D. I played D&D with Tiberian 64 last year. It was quite fun. So I know you said you have a darker world setting, so it might be a little bit dark. His world setting was kind of like, I don't know how to, is it like bright? It's not, it's, I know it's not dark, it was not neutral. It was more on the bright side of things. Yeah, you saw a little bit of the awards and they were dressed formally. Yes, so if, I was thinking if they did want to do the beautiful people thing, there could be like 2 submissions. One submission is you with your Comic-Con style kind of get up on, dressed as cosplay from, or as something from your world or something like that. And then the second photo submitted could be you in formal wear to attend like the World Building Awards or something like that. And that's why I was thinking it would have been great to have, like, to at least see people so you can kind of feel like you see people at the con and how they're dressed. Of course, you're not obligated to submit a picture, but it's just an opportunity to submit a picture, just like with the other beautiful people awards that they do. And nobody has to be awarded anything. I'm just saying, just an open call for people to be dressed up would just help the engagement and involvement be a little bit more personal and feel like I'm really there. Like, what are you wearing to the con? Oh, cool. Like that. You know. With darker games, as Colonel, you need some humor in it to offset the darkness. Yeah. So, I want to ask you more about your world setting. You said it was like, because I know I think you have like a sci-fi world and you have like a medieval world. Which one of these worlds is the one that your RPG takes place in? What kind of world are you playing the D&D in that I would be joining? And is it already in progress, or are you trying to start a new game with me? Because I just want to know, like, what character should I bring? I was being my Anselma character from my Winsome Horde project with Magnar and Sindri. I was being her for Tiberian's D&D, because Tiberian's D&D was set in the medieval times, like classic D&D. And Anselma is in Winsome Horde, and Winsome Horde is my medieval world. So, I would know that maybe I should be Anselma, something like that, for your game. Or, if it's something more modern, if it's sci-fi, if it's steampunk, if it's cyberpunk, I don't know what it is. So, knowing the setting of the world will help me to be able to know what character to bring. Colonel says, the fantasy one in the Middle Ages, nowhere near finished, with the sci-fi world to start there. Okay, so you're not done constructing the sci-fi world to even host a game there. Okay. Well, much success on it, but I know you're doing a lot. It's okay. The Middle Ages one. Okay, so we could, I would probably just be Anselma again, maybe. I don't know. I mean, it's a dark world, though, so I'm wondering, would I be being thrown into the midst of a quest already in progress? If so, let me know what's going on so far in that world. What's happening with the quests? What kind of characters do you already have in the party, so I can kind of gauge who I should be? and I know that, okay, early Middle Ages for mine. I generally leave character creation up to the player and generally tweak it if need be afterwards. Okay, so would this be a new game we're starting, or am I being added to a game that's already in progress? If it's a new game we're starting, I don't have to worry about, what has already happened and, who's already part of it and stuff like that. But if it is an in-progress game, I would just like to personally know, are they on the way to a castle? Are they trying to go into another mystical, fantastical dimension or something? Are they trying to steal something? Like, what is this party? Are they thieves? Are they heroes? What are they? And I just want to know, what's going on so that I can know what character to bring. But if it's a new setting, I shouldn't have to worry about all that. And like you said, you will just let us come up with the characters, and you can tweak them as you see fit. But yeah, I would just like to know if we're getting started with a new thing, or if we are already joining something that has been going for a long time. Because I don't mind joining something that's been going for a long time. Because, even if a character's on a quest to do something that's taking them a long time, they can always meet somebody on the way. Colonel says, never worried what the characters are, allows for greater chance of getting unique takes on them. Main 2 at the moment is a fighter and a warlock trickster rogue. Okay, great. So is this like a continuous storyline, or do you guys just each time play different games that are not really connected? Are they like one-shots, or are they like a continuous story arc? Because if you have a big long quest to go to a castle and find the long lost princess or something, then let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Sorry, I have to count the stitches to make sure, because I thought that I was adding a new stitch accidentally, but I did not. Okay. So if you're on a long quest to go to a castle, find the long lost princess, or if you're in search of a necklace, or looking for gold in the so-and-so mountains or something, then that is a quest already in progress. Or if it's these are just the people who play, and sometimes on this mission they have to do this, on this mission they have to do this, and each time is a new episode that's kind of connected but not quite connected. Colonel says, been going a while but always easy to fit in others. They're looking to go to an island hidden in the Baltic Sea to get a magical substance. Interesting. So are they currently on a boat, or are they still on land? And how long has this been going on? How close are they to actually getting to the island? Or is this like a Gilligan's Island type thing where you can choose when they get off the island, if they ever do, because they're always trying to get off and they never get off? I mean, any of it is okay. I'm just asking these questions because I really just want to know before I get started, so I can know what character to bring and what to expect from the game. So yeah, there's things like Gilligan's Island, which if you're not familiar, Gilligan's Island was an old TV show that took place where there was a cruise ship, and there was a cast of members on the cruise ship that were assorted from professors, actresses, actors, captains, all kinds of different assorted people, and then they crashed on an island, and they never got off. In every episode they tried to get off. Every episode they failed. And even when it came close to them getting off, it instantly happened that they didn't get off. So that's called Gilligan's Island. Look it up. It's a really funny comedy show. From the old days. I don't even remember. It's that 60s? I don't remember what it may have been. I don't know. I don't want to say years. I'm probably getting it wrong. But yeah, that's an old show, and it's really cool and funny. But each episode was a different plot. They just never got off. Colonel says not yet, with it being episodic. Left it off where they got the info of how to get there. Okay, good. So they got the info of how to get there, but they just each day are trying to get there. They just haven't gotten there yet. Good. Alright, so on the way to there, or just playing around trying to get it and stuff like that, then of course they could probably meet my character on land, and then they could probably, getting to the island is probably going to be near the end of this saga. The island is based on a legend created from a story by Pliny the Elder, who thought the Baltic Sea used to have an island called Baltia. Sorry, I probably butchered all those names. But yes, interesting. So that sounds like a very interesting kind of story and game. And I'm just thinking, this is making me think that maybe I should have my pirate character, but I know it's still in the medieval times, so it's not really pirates, but I do have pirate characters, and I recently thought about them again. I was thinking maybe I should start, but I said, you know what, no, I'm working on Secret Agent someone I know. But the first world I put on WorldAnvil, I think, was the Kingdom of Numero, and that was of Prince Pasco, and okay, they're going to need to get a ship to get there. Pliny the Elder was a Roman historian in the 1st century AD. Nice. Okay, cool. So they haven't even gotten the ship yet to get there. Interesting. Alright, so I don't know who I would bring yet, but I'm getting ideas already. That would be nice. So when do you guys play? Do you have like a set day of the week that you guys play? Do you play every week? Do you play like once a month? Is it just like play by ear? So that I can kind of know. But right now I've been going chess lessons with Tiberian on Tuesday evenings at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and I know you are in Europe. I think you're in the UK, and your time zone right now, you're a little closer to us, I think, unless you've switched now. You've probably switched now. But the US Eastern Time is usually about 5 hours behind you. So right now we're probably like 4 hours behind you. I don't know if you've switched yet with the daylight savings time, but we have been 4 hours behind you since we've switched. And then I know Australia will switch, and all that good time zone shenanigans happen. All those things happen. It's very annoying, but that's okay. We make it work. But yeah, we will want to know what time you guys play, because I don't know. That might have to be on my lunch break or something. Because if I wait until after I get off work, you're probably going to say it's too late. I don't know what time you guys play. And how long do the sessions usually last? That would be a good thing to know as well, because if I try to play on my lunch break and the sessions last like 4 hours, that's not gonna work. And do you guys like play in Discord? Do you play in Zoom? Okay. Thursday nights, sometimes Fridays instead, about 9 p.m. BST. With work for the players, it does depend when we get to play at the moment. No worries about doing solo stuff too. Okay. So yeah, 9 p.m. BST. 5 hours. That would be like 4 p.m. EST. On regular on regular time when we are regular time apart. But it would be probably 5 p.m. EST if your time zone still has not changed. Your daylight savings time is not activated. So yeah, interesting. Right now, I'm getting off early, like at 4 o'clock, so I would be getting off probably around the time that the game is starting. So I would probably be a little late, especially if I'm working at the office. That might not work. But on Thursdays, I think that I work from home mostly. So I should probably be able to shut off the work computer and turn on my personal computer and get started right away. 2 to 3 hours. Okay. So Thursday should be good. Friday would not. I mean, that's this month. Next month, I'm supposed to start back getting off at 6 p.m. That's not gonna work. Yeah, I like to go to work, start early, very early, like 6 a.m. or something, and then leave very early. But my jobs do not always accommodate that. I personally like one of my jobs during the pandemic. I was working from home. I got to start at 6 a.m. and I got off at like 2 p.m. 2:30 p.m. I was able to take a 30-minute lunch. I was taking the shortest lunch possible. I didn't take any breaks. I just wanted to get in, get out, leave. And I was even working from home, so there was no commute, there was no nothing. I just worked, turn on the computer at 6 a.m., work, turn off the computer at 2:30 p.m. I have the whole rest of the day to me, to myself, to do whatever. And I was still busy doing lots of stuff, but, you know, I didn't have to worry about work at that point. Problem is, not all jobs want to do that. Have to accommodate the working patterns of everyone anyway, says Colonel. Not everybody can make it all the time, of course. Yeah, that's the problem. The good thing about online and that kind of stuff is the fact that so many people from around the world can connect and play together and be cool and be friends. The problem is we still have our own lives, we still have our own time zones, we still have so much stuff going on, and it's just so challenging to actually align. But I'm glad that you are trying to do it as best as possible, and yeah, sometimes it can be annoying if you're like depending on somebody and they don't come. And I just don't want to be like, I don't want to do that where I'm like the person who never shows up, and then when I show up, it's like, what happened while I was gone? And so much drastic stuff happened. Like, it's 15 years later now. So-and-so has a son. It's like, well, what? Well, hopefully that doesn't happen. We do it over Discord. It's handier than trying to meet up as a group. Oh, yes, cool. So do you guys, like, join the group, the voice chat? Or do you guys, like, just chat with your words, like texting, typing? Because I play in Discord too, a lot of RPs in Discord. A lot of them are going on without me. I've started some of them, but they're going on without me because I'm so busy. But I find texting in Discord easier than trying to find a time to meet up and group chat. But I understand group chatting in the voice chat is good. Especially if you want to hear people and you want to be able to tell what you did and like convey. Yep, voice chat feature. Nice. Okay. No worries about the video? Okay, good. I was going to say if it was by text, then I could be trying to do while at work, even though that's not preferred. But if it has to have the voice chat feature, then yeah, I'm gonna have to see what I can do. But it still sounds interesting, and I appreciate you inviting me. Gonna try to see if I'm able to do something. Okay. This scarf is coming along, I suppose. It's not half as cool as I wanted to be. Sorry, I had to step out there for a second. It's okay. No problem. No worries. I probably need to get something to eat. How long have I been streaming? 3 hours. Whoa. Okay. Let me just check something really quickly. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. I've received an email I was looking for. Okay. If you're just now joining me, I'm literally just chilling out today and trying to get things done. I was knitting a bit. I have to check up on some emails. And probably gonna get something to eat in a second. Alright. Check that. Gotta stretch! And stretch the ears. Alright. Alright, so I'm just, doing stuff. Chilling. Still looking at the chat. Chatting. Also stuff to do. Yes, bunny ears. It's the first day of spring, so I have my ears on. Funny. And yeah, we're just chilling out. We're just chatting. We're just doing work. We're knitting. There's lots of stuff in the shop still. This music is cool. It's from an old CD-ROM that it's called Typing Tutor, and you have to type just ASDF JKL semicolon and all that stuff. But each there were different pictures you can look at while you're typing, and there's different music you can pick to listen to while you're typing, which is funny. But that's how the old days used to be on the CD-ROM, and that's what we used to use to learn how to type, and it was nice. And we ripped the songs off of it because the songs are cool, and we used to rip the songs off of CD-ROMs when they sound good. Talking of the days of old. Some people might not even know what CD-ROMs are anymore. They're little discs that you put into your computer. You used to put them in like DVD. If you don't know what a DVD is, that's weird. But it's like a DVD or CD, audio CD. If you don't know what that is. But yeah, I'm sure most people know what it is. It's just old. And I just like these songs from the CD-ROM, and hopefully they are royalty free and do not give me any infringement strikes. This is my first time using it as background music just on replay like this, and if they mute my whole stream, I will get very upset. I remember VHS and Laserdisc, but never heard of the latter. Are you talking about you haven't heard of DVDs? DVDs are probably Laserdisc. They probably call it something else over there. But DVD is a digital video disc or something. I don't remember exactly what it stands for, but that is probably what Laserdiscs are. We don't call them that. We call them DVDs. And then there was Blu-ray. Oh, you have too many DVDs and Blu-ray. Okay, so what are you saying you didn't hear of? Or are you just making a joke? Colonel makes jokes sometimes, and I say, are you joking or no? If you're just joining, thank you for joining. We are just chilling, chatting, knitting, and playing with this bunny ear hat. Lots of stuff in the shop if you'd like to buy some with the wisps, and they don't cost real money at all. You can just, make me do fun stuff using the little wisps you earn from following the channel and chatting and watching. Also, if you'd like to talk about anything, feel free to join the chat and drop something there so we can say hi and learn about you a little bit and get the conversation going. You're old enough to remember renting and buying movies on VHS. Yes, I remember that too. So, there was Blockbuster and stuff like that that have gone out of business now. Dad used to go and rent DVDs from the store, and we would just watch them. And, the DVDs or the VHS, so funny. We used to also borrow VHS from the library. It's funny. And they used to also have DVDs that you could borrow from the library. And yeah. Also cassette tapes, like the little audio cassette tapes. I remember listening to those also. We would record stuff off of the radio onto the audio cassette tapes and stuff like that. We used to also make our own radio shows with the audio cassette tapes, and we would have a little tape recorder, and we would be playing music, and we would be talking and recording stuff off the TV and stuff like that. You have the original Star Wars trilogy on VHS before George Lucas changed them. Nice. Yeah, I do remember there's a controversial thing about who shot first. I think they changed that scene. You have the original scene. That's cool. And having VHS tapes is so cool. We still have the VCR and everything else. I was telling a funny story about when I used to work at the preschool. there were kids that were like, they were used to the the VHS because we used to still have a VHS player and an old TV and stuff at the preschool. But when their older siblings would come for um, summer camp, then some of their older siblings were like, "What is this?" And they would not know what the video was. And that was just so funny to me that they just didn't know what a VHS was. Um, and I thought that that was like always like a joking thing people would say, but really some people don't know what it is because they just aren't familiar with it. But yeah, having a VHS tape still and having the player to play it on, that's cool. We used to record. Also, there used to be a little thing. Um, we had a little. Um, it was like a play school, fun, plug and play camera recording thing that you could plug up to your VCR, and then you would be able to dance in front of the camera and stuff and record yourself on VHS. We used to do that. We also used to play video games, like the old video games, Mario video games, stuff like that, and record ourselves playing the video games on a VHS. It was so funny. We used to record everything on VHS. Then we realized we can record over videos that were like official videos. Because all you have to do is plug in the little square hole, and then the VHS will, the VCR will let you record over them. So we would just go to the store, and soon, like when VHS became starting to go obsolete, we would go to the resale shops, and they would sell the VHS for like 20 cents each. And we would just buy the old VHS, and then we would plug up the little hole with a paper towel or something, and then we would record over them with stuff. Because buying the blank VHS was so expensive, we were like, let's just buy already recorded on VHS and just record over it. And we liked the Nickelodeon VHS. They're orange. Like, we thought that cool. Like, Random Big Blue House VHS were blue. And we thought it was just so cool that the VHS were different colors. It was just cool. That's a fun time. Recording commercials and stuff on tape. And we still have all this stuff. Now it's so easy to just download MP4s. But the culture is different. You did the same when movies came on TV, taped them for later. Yes, exactly. And we used to think it was so cool that we could set our VHS, VCR to record at a certain time. Like, oh no, we won't be home. Let's set it to record. And we thought it was so cool. And when we come home, we're like, oh, we see the red dot is lighting up and it's recording. Even though the TV screen was off, it was recording. That's so funny. One time we set it for the wrong time accidentally or something like that. Or the time zone, the daylight saving time change or something. Those are some fun times that... just silly. Yeah, that was cool. A lot of these things don't happen anymore. A lot of the modern kiddos don't know about any of this stuff. My yarn is getting tangled. Hold on. No. Okay, hold on. I'm getting worse. Getting it worse. Okay. Under. Okay. Under. There. All right. That was scary for a moment. I look like I'm running out of yarn. Hopefully, when I run out of yarn, the scarf is done, and I don't actually have to go get more yarn, because I did not get enough yarn. If that's the case, that's sad. And what is this Chanel stem doing? Okay. Let me untangle this carefully. Or is it just stuck to it? Okay. I'll have to just pull it off. Ah, there we go. Alright. Oh no, this is tangled. Oh no! Okay. Hopefully I can untangle all this mess. Yeah, the VHS and the cassettes tapes too. We used to tape, like on the radio, there was a station that would play classical in the morning and jazz at night. And we would tape songs off the radio, and then we'd also record, we would also record our own songs. Sometimes we would record our own radio shows on a cassette tape with the cassette player, the little cassette recorder we had. We had a little microphone thing, and it was supposed to be an American Idol microphone. But the thing is, this was back when radio frequencies was a fun thing that they let kids play with. So, like, you know how if you have something with the right radio frequency, it can listen to the airwaves. So it was a microphone that if you turn your radio to the right channel, then when you talk on the microphone, you will hear that your radio picks up the microphone because it has a little antenna on it. So we used to say, hey, people can actually hear! And we thought we had our own radio show. We were like, it's a radio station. And we were like, why can't everybody just do it? Why do people pay to be on the radio? We can be on the radio for free like this. It's like we weren't paying attention that only certain people within a certain radius would even be able to hear it. And it has to be on that obscure station that nobody knows about. And they might be able to hear it like when they're driving past our house, or the neighbors might be able to hear it. But what are the chances that anybody was even listening? But we would have our own schedule, and we'd be like, oh no, we're missing it. And Mom's like, come eat lunch. And we're like, no, our radio show! They're gonna think we're late. We're not scheduled. We're scheduled to be on the radio at this time. It's like, come on now. Who's even listening to that? If somebody was listening to that, that's so funny and ridiculous. We were saying so many weird things on our radio show. My friends and me, says Colonel, used to swap CDs and vinyl and copy them to cassette. Yes, exactly. When we have like a CD player, and then you can record them from the CD onto the cassette. We did that with my ministry. My family has a little ministry. My aunt is an evangelist, so we did this ourselves, which is so funny. We bought one of those record players that had a CD and a cassette tape on it, and what they would do is they would allow you to burn cassettes onto the CD. So we had our own factory. This is so tedious. Nowadays, you can just burn CDs, and people don't even burn CDs anymore. People can just download MP3s from the internet. But this was before we were even all savvy like that, and we would literally have to listen to her messages 24/7, 365 in our house. The messages were just playing, and every time we would play the cassette tape, then we would stop it, turn it on the other side, and then record it onto the CD. We were like doing that physically all of the cassettes, all of the CDs, because she put all of our messages, there were 10 messages, and she put all of the messages on CD from the cassette tape manually. So my mom was just, we were just sitting around the house doing regular stuff, going about our day, but that was playing in the background the whole time. And when the cassette was done, we would have to go flip over the cassette, turn it on the other side. So then the CDs also had a bad thing where each CD had like 2 tracks on it. So even though there were like songs and there was a message and then there was this, there was that, none of that was compartmentalized. The CD only had 2 tracks. One was the first side of the cassette and the other was the second side of the cassette. And the CD even said, please stay tuned. The service will continue in a moment or something, because at the end of the cassette, it would tell you to flip it over. And that was still on the CD, which was annoying. And that was just so funny. And it's like nowadays we could have just burned those. Ripped, burn, rip, burn, rip, burn. We could have done that. And then actually, I think we did start doing that on a computer after a while, because we said, you know what, we don't have to do this, because we did that at first, recording all the messages on CD. And then we decided to rip, burn, rip, burn, rip, burn off the computer on an old Windows. And we still had to wait so long for it to rip burn. And we were writing on there with permanent marker what the CD was. It was so funny. But yeah, these are the old time days. It's funny to think that these are considered old time days now. And then, like, in the future, somebody will be like, in the old days, we listened to Spotify. It's so funny. People will be like, oh yeah, back in the day, somebody was streaming on Twitch. They were playing Call of Duty. Like, what? That's not old days, but it will be old days soon. So funny. I laugh when I see people are like, these were the old days of TikTok. I'm like, TikTok isn't even old. There's no such thing as old days of TikTok. But time just moves so fast. It's funny. And different generations have different things. And another thing we were talking about was, like, some generations that have remakes, like live action remakes of things or reboots of shows. I said there are generations that have never seen the previous version of these shows and movies. This will be their first introduction to this. Like, we were watching Sonic Prime, and Sonic said, in no spoilers though, but shadows in the show. So Sonic said, "You would think, who is this? My brother or something?" And people were, my brother, my personal brother, was like, "Who would think that?" I said, "Listen." Some people are watching this for the first time and they don't know who Sonic is. That's why they're using this stuff. That's why they're saying this stuff. Because some people, literally, this will be their first introduction to Sonic. Unfortunately. And first, some reboots are well done. Some reboots are a little bit annoying. Some, remakes are cool. Some remakes aren't. But no matter what you think about certain remakes, any remake you see will be somebody's first time watching that, and they're not going to know anything about the previous one. They're not going to know anything about the original. In fact, they will see the original and then they will say, hey, this seems like that movie I saw, and they won't even know that their movie came second. Another thing is, it's kind of like a kid show thing, but like Daniel Tiger, if you're familiar with Daniel Tiger, it's a cartoon based on the Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood of Make-Believe. Half the time the original is better, says Colonel. Yes, half the time it is. It's very rare to find a remake that's better than the original. Either it's comparable, or it's okay, or ew, it's ruined. Don't do that, please. Why did you do that? Usually it's the latter one. But Yeah, Daniel Tiger is one of the puppets that was from the neighborhood of Make Believe on the Mr. Rogers show, if you're familiar with the Mr. Rogers neighborhood. And Daniel Tiger is kind of old now. Surprisingly, it's weird, but it felt like it was a new show when it came out. But you know, a lot of kids when they saw Mr. Rogers, they said, "Hey, he's like Daniel Tiger because he's wearing the red sweater and he's singing that song." I'm like, Daniel Tiger is trying to be like Mr. Rogers. Okay, Daniel Tiger was made by the Rogers Foundation, Mr. Rogers Company, and that's the intent. Mr. Rogers was first. But a lot of the new kids don't know. It's just so funny to see the generations. Oh, okay. Gotta go, says Colonel, to our phone cover coming up. Ugh. Aw, well, thank you so much for joining. Much love. I appreciate you. And much success at work with the phone cover, even if you are feeling a little bit discouraged about it. I know sometimes things are dreaded and stuff, but you know, much success with it, no matter what. I pray you have a blessed and awesome day. It was lovely chatting with you. Much love. I appreciate you. Have a blessed one. And more ears for you. But yeah, the old days. This scarf is almost done. I could say that it's almost done. It's really not almost done. Um, let's see. It's really not almost done. It's just this, half my arm. I mean, not half my arm. It's the length of one of my arms. It should be the length of both arms, at least. Because this is an adult scarf. I did the other one. The other one was a, you know, toddler scarf. So, maybe I should have made the toddler scarf orange and yellow, and I should have made the adult scarf pink. But I will just do this. They actually said that it doesn't matter. The Tiberian says, gotta go to work, have to do a presentation, but I shall return if you're still streaming. Oh, thank you. Much success to you as well with the presentation. Much love. Thank you so much, you guys. Oh, you redeemed the ears. Have a lesson, Tiberian, and thank you guys so much for joining. I appreciate you guys, and much success at work. Much success with the presentation. Hopefully it goes well. Yeah, the person who bought these, I said, oh no, wait, I've got it mixed around. Okay, there we go. The person who bought these, they said it didn't matter, I could make them whatever color I want. And then I did promise them something, and then I realized, oh no, I don't even have the right color yarn. Why did I suggest this when they said it could be any color they want? I mean, any color I want. I just limited myself when I did that, which is annoying, but okay. Hopefully I didn't accidentally promise the reverse of what I'm doing. Una is here. Hello. Hi, Una. Thanks for joining. You know, the other day when I streamed, I was playing Escape Simulator, and there was a name on the wall that said Una was here or something like that. And I said, wow, is that Una? But it wasn't. It was just in the game. But it was funny. But you weren't here, so I couldn't say it to you. But I just wanted to let you know that. Una says, what's the verb in English for what you're doing right now? Yes, this is called knitting. I'm knitting a scarf. Yes, so for right now, it's pretty good. Ugh, stretching. And there we go. See? It's a good length right now. Yes, so what is it in, is it Spanish? Do you speak Spanish? Or do you speak, Portuguese? Or, I think it's Spanish. So let me know what it's called in your language. Yes, Spanish, I thought so. Uh, Tiberian has clipped ears. Oh. Thank you for clipping the ears segment, Tiberian. Cool. um, yeah, so, what is it called in Spanish? Un Pequito Español. I think that's what I'm saying it correct. I think I'm saying I have a little, I know a little bit of Spanish, only a little bit. A little bit. But it's fun because when I'm working at my cashier job, sometimes people come in and they don't speak English. They speak Spanish and they don't really understand some of the things that we're trying to say. So I sometimes say stuff like "¿Cómo estás?" and they perk up when they see that I do know a little bit of Spanish, but I say "mínimo, pequito," I think. Mínimo, pequito, español. And then I'm able to like tell them to press rojo or verde on the machine, the little credit card reader and stuff like that. Poquito, yes, that's the right way. Okay, good. Yes, poquito. And then I'm like able to say Dios te bendiga. And yeah, it's fun. They like to see that I know a little bit. I'm trying. I really want to know how to speak like certain phrases in all the languages. I know a little bit of sign language as well. So sometimes when deaf people come in, I'm able to sign a little bit to them. I love languages so much. All the different languages and cultures are so interesting. And I would love to learn how to speak all of them. But of course, I'm so busy. I don't think that's a realistic goal. But I do try to learn like certain sentences in each language, so that I can kind of be able to say simple things to everybody. No time. Yes, exactly. No time. Time. What is time? Like right now, I'm just chatting while I'm streaming because guess what? I need to knit this thing. People have purchased this. You have a lot of problems with pronunciation. That's okay. You know, you do really well, especially if English is not your first language, and you're still able to understand a lot of English, and even if you're able to type some English or speak a little bit of English, that's very good. I don't make fun of people who aren't really able to speak English perfectly, because guess what? I can't speak your language perfectly either, and everybody's different, and everybody's unique and special, and I appreciate all of the people. And if you know 2 languages at least, I feel like you are very, very talented. You're super talented. You're way, way so advanced, because that's an amazing feat. People don't notice, but if English is your second language, and English is not even the easiest language to learn. People who natively speak English just think that English is easy to learn because they natively speak it, but we have so many horrible, like, phonetic laws and weird spelling and so many weird words that mean different things, and the words mean the same thing and all that stuff, and it's like, what is happening? What is English? And then there's different dialects of English, and different things mean this and that. And it's like, come on. If somebody knows a little bit of English and it's not their first language, that's impressive. So I applaud you guys. I appreciate it, and you are talented. Just know that you're really talented. Yeah, Spanish has less amount of vowel sounds. It helps that there are a lot of things to practice and all, but we have very different rules. Yes, very different rules. But it is very talented all the time. If you're able to speak more than one language, if you're able to understand more than one language, that is amazing, and that's great. Don't feel bad at all. People always come and say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't." I'm like, don't apologize. You're more talented than me. You can read it, you can type it. Even if you speak it, if you pronounce it a little wrong, you're still doing great. That's awesome. Yeah, and I'm sure I mess up when I'm trying to pronounce words in different languages. um, so yeah, that's okay. It's funny because my voice actor, the main voice actor that plays Secret Agent Someone, John McNally, he he speaks English, of course. But he has a British accent. So I asked if he can do different other accents. So he can do some other accents. And then he tried an American accent, and it was really, really funny. He sounded very American, but it's funny to hear other people try to sound like an American accent. But there's so many different accents even in America. Like me, a lot of people say, "What accent do you have? What is that?" I'm like, I don't know. I'm just talking. But I'm personally from Michigan, and a lot of people in Michigan don't think I'm from Michigan. They're like, "What is that accent you have?" And I'm like, "What accent? I don't know what you're talking about." And then there's, of course, Southern accents. There's different Southern accents. Some people are like Western country. They're different Western country. They're Southern. There's so many different things you can like even when you hear them with that Southern or Western drawl, then you still don't know exactly where they're from because different states have different accents. And I do have family in the South, and some of them sound different. The further south you go, the more different you sound. And then there's also like California accent, and then people make fun of the Midwest accent. And I don't think I have the I do have a little bit of the Midwest accent because, of course, I'm from Michigan. But even some people in Michigan are like, "What is that accent you have?" But then there's funny Midwest tropes. And then there's Canadian accent. Now, a lot of people think that Canadians and Americans sound the same. Maybe I have a catch. Maybe I've caught just a bit of each. Yes, probably. Yeah, I probably have a lot of different languages and dialogues and dialects and accents compiled into my accent. And like my mom too, some people think she has an accent, but then they think that we don't sound exactly the same, which is still funny. And then my dad, he actually does have a Southern accent. He's from Louisiana, so. And then my siblings, some of us sound a little different. Some of us sound very similar, but then we can tell like some of us have a little more of the Southern accent in there. Like my little sister does have a little bit more of that. She doesn't sound too, Southern, but we can hear that in her voice a little bit more than maybe ours. And, yeah. And then like Canadians, they sound kind of like Americans. Like if you hear Canadian, you might think that they sound like an American, but then they pronounce certain vowels different. Like they pronounce O different. Like I've noticed they usually say oat like that. Instead of out, they say like oat. And it's so funny to see the different accents, but I love all of the different accents. I'm not making fun of any accent. It's just nice to see that people are so different, and the difference of the people is just refreshing to me. I just appreciate all the cultures and all the accents and all the languages and all the differences of all the different people, because that's just amazing. Oh no, 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 no. No! Ah! What happened? Okay, hold on. I messed up. Okay. Phew, I fixed it. I think. Did I? No. Okay. Oh no, I've messed up. I don't know. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put it back. What was I even talking about? Oh yes, I appreciate the differences of all the people around the world. I love the different accents. I love the different cultures. I love all the different things. It's really nice to see. I love when people get together and get along. I feel like something's wrong here. Okay, I got it. I need to take this back off. Scary, 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 scary. I don't want to have messed this whole thing up. Okay. If you're not familiar with knitting, basically, it's possible that the whole thing can get destroyed. No, I think I'm doing it wrong. Okay. Alright, you know what? I should just continue like this because I'm scared now. Alright, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, I feel like I got something wrong, but we're just gonna continue like this. If the scarf comes out a little wonky, it's okay. Because okay. Oh. Yes, it's very interesting to see all the cultures and languages and accents. It's really nice. I love to learn all of them, but like, there's always that icebreaker question of, would you rather have, would you ever, what kind of superpower would you want to have or something? And I would always say this power to speak all the languages, including sign language. I love to see when they're signing the sign language. It's very artistic, like a dance. It's beautiful. And then, you know, so many different languages. I'd love to do that. And then there's also the question about, would you rather know all the languages or be able to speak to animals? And I would say still the languages, even though speaking to animals sounds cool. I love animals, I really do. But I feel like I can get along with animals without necessarily being able to speak their language. But people, being able to speak people languages is very connecting. Yes, the gift of communication. Yes, even though with the animals that would be nice, you know, I still think that I could be able to get along with the animals without actually having to necessarily verbally speak their language. I feel like I can communicate with them best I can without that. But the people, I feel like, would be one of the best things to have, personally. That's just my choice. What would you guys think? If you had to choose speaking to animals or people, what would you choose? And there's no right or wrong answer. Speaking with animals, it sounds really cool too. You know, being able to talk to them, hear them talk, see what they're thinking, that would be fun. And then also, other superpowers. If it's the more open-ended question, what kind of superpower would you want? You know, flight is a thing. A lot of people say stuff about time traveling. It would be nice to be able to manipulate time, but I think I would probably abuse the power too much because I have so much to get done, and I feel like I would probably just want to pause the world and try to do everything and then unpause. But then I probably would never unpause, honestly. But then that comes a little controversial thing where it says, if you pause time, can you literally still do stuff or no? Because the first thing I think about is this. If I could pause time, yes, talking to one or the other is useful in different cases. Yes, true. Talking to animals or talking to people. I still would pick people personally, but it's not because I like people more than animals or animals more than people or something like that. It's just that I think that overall, in my case, just personally, it would be more useful to be able to talk to the humans. Now, with the time dilemma, I feel like if you pause time, will you even really be able to still do stuff? Because, like, say, if I pause time so that I can do a homework or something, and I have to search something up online, will the internet still be able to move if time is stopped? I don't think so. Exactly. And it says nothing moves. Exactly. So that's why that's a very controversial thing. Whenever people say that, I say realistically that can't happen, because if time is stuck, everything is stuck. And even if you aren't stuck, personally, if you try, like, say I say, oh no, the dishes are piled up, I'm going to pause time and wash the dishes. If I pause time to wash the dishes, when I turn the water faucet on, will water run out? I don't think so. Because if time is paused, I don't think the water can move. Personally, that's just what I think. So I think that stopping time is not useful. Like, unless you're gonna stop time so you can go to sleep or something, and then open time, start time back up so you can wake up. And even then, it's unrealistic. Just period. Because it's just messed up. Yeah, no. I don't like that time conversation, but we can get into that. That can be a very heated debate. A lot of people don't agree with me when I say that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's just personally what I think. I think that, yeah, the time thing is not gonna work. You'd be better off having time manipulation to, like, go backwards in time as opposed to actually stopping time. And still with that, I feel like going backwards in time, you can forget, you will forget, realistically forget stuff that you've done. So you probably just repeat the same stuff over and over again, in my opinion. Movies tell you, says Una, that you can move things, even if it's physically possible. It would break some for the difference in speed. Yeah, that's true. Because if time is actually paused, so like this, if I drop something, like I pick up this glass bottle and I drop it and then pause time, it won't fall. It will stay still. Which means, realistically, I feel like I shouldn't really be able to pick anything up. Stuff like that. And if I can pick something up, mainly like the automated things and like water running shouldn't work, in my opinion. Also, like if I try to turn on the light, that shouldn't work either, because you're switching a switch and then the light bulb starts a little spark or whatever. That won't happen, because if time is paused, then how can the light bulb ignite? Also, if you're looking up something on the internet, it's not just your computer. For one, your computer has to do things internally, and then it sends a signal to a server that has to send a signal back to you, but the servers would be paused because time is paused, right? That's just my opinion. I think we agree. But some people do not agree with us. Some people say no. In time, you can do stuff. You can pause time and still do stuff. You can pause time and play. Like if you pause time and play music. Say for instance, like we were saying this. If you're in a pause time and binge watch a Netflix series or something like that. Yes, Una, correct. Una says she will rather have super speed than pause time. That's so true. That is the same with me, because if you have super speed, that's better than pausing time in my opinion. Because if I say I want to pause time and binge watch a show, the first thing you're gonna say is look at the little counter. Look at the little counter when you're watching something. There's a little time counter. So how would that be able to move? How will you be able to watch a show and the time counter is moving up but the time is stopped? If you're trying to watch a show, it will just be paused, I think. Because time isn't moving. It's so funny. There's so much to think about with this. But yes. Super speed would be great. I know it would take some getting used to. But if I was able to do things in super speed, that would be great. Because I think that super speed kind of is more like you're slowing yourself down in order to do things in a faster amount of time than they would usually take. Like, if I knitted this with super speed, if I was able to knit this with super speed, I would just be like, but it would feel to me like I'm just doing this, but the outside world will see that I'm fast forward doing this, like somebody's fast forwarding. Now the thing about that is, you also have to have super concentration. You have to have lightning reflexes and vision, because like when characters, superheroes and stuff are flying at the speed of sound, and like they have to really be able to see what's happening and then lightning reflex move out of the way, because if you're just flying straight at the speed of sound, you're gonna crash into a building or something. So they have some interesting reflexes, senses. Their sight has to Now Una says no super speed for me, then well, you could probably hone it somehow. You could probably do it with practice, because I'm just thinking personally, if I start trying to fly fast, if my eyes don't see slow, then I feel like I would just crash into everything. But realistically, if you learn how to, control your super speed, you should probably learn how to see things fast. Because right now, like, I almost messed up with knitting and I wasn't even going fast. If I try to knit fast, if I'm just doing my hands fast, I don't think that will be a successful knit. But if somehow I was able to really hone the skill so much that I was able to, like, have brain concentration, have eyesight, lightning speed. Like, if you're able to speed read, that's some people can speed read. That would make me think that they would probably be good at maybe super speed, because their eyes are able to read really fast. So there is at least one animal that can't see and run at the same time. Oh no! What animal's that? That's sad. My brother Wild Zoo Guy might know what it is. Do you know what it is? Una? I don't know. I don't think I've heard of it. No. Why did that happen again? It keeps happening. You can't remember exactly? Okay. That's interesting to look up. I would love to look that up and find out what animal that is. 6, 9, 12, 14, no, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay. I feel like this is a kind of rodent, probably. I'm kind of thinking. I do remember some kind of animal that, like, when it's scared, it starts running, and it may, when it starts running, not be able to see where it's going. That's weird. Um, I do know that they are too fast, so they see the way first and then run. Oh wow, interesting. You know, so when you say rodent, I think about. I know that I don't know if moles are really rodents, but technically, I don't know. They might be, but I know that they say moles can't see. Like they're kind of blind, but they really can feel around in the dark. Too fast for their size. Okay, good. Um, then I know that possums, they are also nocturnal, but when they are scared, they play dead, which isn't always good. But with natural predators, usually that's good. But like if they play dead in the street, that's not good. Um, yeah, so I don't know what kind of rodent. I will probably ask my brother, Wild Zoo Guy, what he knows about this because he knows about a lot of animals and he might know exactly what you're talking about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Yeah, so I'm trying to imagine. Probably not a mouse. Probably something else. Maybe a vole or something? I remember voles. Maybe that's it. Not a mouse. Yeah. I know voles. Um, it might be a vole. I don't know. I'm just thinking of them for some reason now. I remember I had to write about them a long time ago in school. Um, I don't know. We'll find out. I'll make sure to ask Wazoo Guy, see if he knows. Phone a friend. Speaking of phone a friend, I was thinking about my April schedule and I was thinking maybe we could do like game shows or something where we have contestants on the show. We can have chat involved. We can have people on the guest, like as a Twitch stream guest using that new feature. I don't know. I was starting to think about WorldAnvil is very popular, like it has a lot of popular people, and I was thinking maybe we could do a game show centered around people in the WorldAnvil community, but it could also just be people in any community. The creative communities that I am part of, that everybody's linked to, that I'm linked to everybody from. So that would be an interesting game, and I would probably personally message people and ask if they would like to be on it for the idea that I came up with. But I don't know if that's going to be for April or not, because, well, April is like 11 days away almost. Which is scary because the time is going so fast and I really need to think of my April schedule very soon. Now I know you said that what I'm doing is called something. Let me scroll up in the chat and see what it was. I don't know how to pronounce it. It was called Tager? I don't know how to pronounce that. I really don't know how to pronounce that. But there's knitting and there's crocheting. What I'm doing personally is knitting. So I don't know if the Tager, Taher, probably, because you don't really No, I don't know. The J might sound like an H. Tear. Tear? 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 Ah, I'm gonna stop trying. Probably just destroying whatever the word is. Like I said, very talented people can pronounce it right. I cannot. And I knit a bit, but I mainly knit like just scarves because it's easier. I really wanted to knit like a poncho or like a shawl or something. Now a dress would be very complex to do. Maybe I'd start with a skirt. A knit skirt? I don't know. This is not wool because I'm allergic to wool, but still the little fibers are flying off and keep on making me itch. My nose itch and stuff. I like these songs. These songs are from, as we were talking about earlier, CD-ROM, where you can learn how to type. This is what we used to use when typing. It's called Typing Tutor, and hopefully these songs are royalty free. And do not mute my entire stream. That would be horrible if that happened to me. I'd be very, very, very upset if Twitch bans these songs. They're so old, and I haven't even heard them on anything mainstream. I doubt if they're detectable in the database. If they are, I will apologize and not use these ever again. I will be very sad because how long has this been going on? Almost 4 hour stream? If the whole thing is muted because I've been playing this in the background, I'll be very, very, very cross. Hopefully not. I'm hoping for the best because these songs, yeah, these songs are just very generic. And they're old, very old. They sound okay. They sound good. We used to like to listen to these. There's like all different genres of music in this list, and I just have it on shuffle. Because it's fun. We used to listen to these songs all the time. I need to ship this scarf very soon. They ordered it a few days ago, and I was supposed to ship it yesterday, I think, or the day before that. I love these songs. Alright, just checking some emails here. Thanks, guys, for hanging out with me as I'm just sitting around doing stuff. This is just a very work stream. I'm looking at EnigMarch and I'm looking at so many different things. Okay. Just typing, typing, typing. And you're like, what are you typing? Well, something in the EnigMarch planning I was supposed to follow up with and didn't. Because I've been so busy. So sorry. Yeah, a lot is going on, but I'm still thankful. I'm busy but blessed. And I'm just still looking for ways to do stuff, you know, still trying to work things out, still trying to move forward. That's all I can do. I thank everybody who's trying to help me along the way. I appreciate all you guys. I have so many side projects, and I have freelance gigs that I'm doing. I have these kinds of things that people purchase my services, like this. I have 2 jobs. Well, I try to stream when I can. And then, you know, there's a lot going on. But I am thankful, busy but blessed. What? All prayers are appreciated. All prayers are appreciated. All help is appreciated. All support is appreciated. Okay. Oh, these are running out of yarn soon. I'm going to just use the rest of the yarn on this and hope that it doesn't end where the scarf isn't long enough. Because if I... See, I made this 20 stitches across. Perhaps I should have done only 15. And then the scarf would have been able to be longer. But it's okay. It's good. It's too late to go back now. Stretch time. Well, that's better than when I started. At first it was just like right here. Now it's here. So I've actually been making progress on stream, which is awesome. Tomorrow I'm supposed to be going to Tiberian 64 stream to play chess, but I should be streaming myself at 7 p.m. Eastern time and then right into his stream where we play chess. Last week, hectic stuff happened. I could not. I just did not. Nope. Unfortunately, I did not stream on Tuesday. I did not stream on Tuesday at Eastern time at 7 p.m. And I was late for Tiberian's 8 p.m. stream. But thankfully I got there like 5 minutes late. But hopefully tomorrow that doesn't happen again. I have a couple of appointments tomorrow. Yesterday I almost missed it. I actually did miss an appointment yesterday. But thankfully there's a replay, and then I have to catch up on some things and go over there and, you know, stuff. But yeah, we're just trying to trudge along, making our way with God's help. I'm glad that my audiobook should be out soon. Chapter 2, which is, like I said, called Chapter 2, but it's not chapters. Literally, this one is 2 hours and 12 minutes. First one was an hour. I mean, yeah, a little over an hour. And those who purchased that one, I'm probably going to send them the second one free. So I'm going to have to go on Ko-fi and Ko-fi, whatever it's called. It will be in the corner of the screen in a second. Well, not that. That's my little infinite imaginations, infinite worlds server icon. That is the Twitch icon, because we are here on Twitch. Ding! Let's see what's next. Oh, hello, co-host. Much love. It's handsome co-host, if you don't know. It's really cool. Alright, Handbot. That is the Will-O-Wisp logo. The Will-O-Wisp logo for the agency that Secret Agent someone works at. That's the WorldAnvil logo. Because it's time to light up the forge and grab your hammer and go world build. There's the Ko-fi symbol. Where am I pointing? Here? Here. Yes, there. There's the Ko-fi symbol, there's the Ko-fi symbol. And that is where, if you've purchased the first one, I will let you have the second one. Oh no. Oh. I think I've done it wrong. I've done it wrong. Never mind. Okay, there we go. You know, I'm thinking about other things to do on streams. I've seen people do VR games on streams, and that would be cool if I had VR thing. I would have to turn my computer around because I cannot do VR in this little cramped space. It's under a bed, actually. In my little office space under a bed, I created this weird thing because I had a cool idea for a setup for my room. So I have this bunk bed here that's up there, then my office is down here, and so that I can maximize the space in my room. So this house, I've recently, well, it's not recent anymore, it's about to be 2 years, which is time going by way too fast. 2 years in May. Been in this place, and I've been trying to get it up to what I imagine it to be. It's not coming together all at once, of course, and there's so much stuff going on. But I'm doing things a little at a time, so thankfully, prayerfully, thankfully, continuing my journeys. Several journeys at one time. You know, I do appreciate my jobs, I do. But I would love to be able to do creative stuff full time, so that I don't have to have such a hectic work schedule every day. Thankfully, this month I kind of have Mondays off, kind of, but I still stream, and then I use Mondays to do other things and errands and stuff that I need to do and work on work that is not work, if that makes sense. Like personal endeavors, freelance projects, purchases like this. I use this day to try to catch up on those. And next month I don't even have that. Next month I'm working back 7 days. So I try to do the best I can with my time. But it is kind of a challenge. But I do pray that you guys are all taking care of yourselves. Because sometimes when you get too busy, it's hard to take care of yourself. So much stuff is going on. So I'm sending all the prayers, love, and hugs out there to you guys. Anybody who's doing lots of stuff, working on creative projects, going to school, that is something very commendable. If you're studying for something, much love. If you are just, existing, if you're not really actively working or something, it's okay. It's okay. Just whatever you're doing in your life, I do pray the best and much success to you. And I send all the prayers and love and hugs your way, because all the prayers and loves and hugs. Every individual is very loved, very appreciated. And I thank you guys for being you and for doing good things. And I send all the prayers, love, and hugs your way. I pray that you are very successful with your endeavors. I pray that God bless you all and keep you all, and that you feel loved because you are. Every time this keeps falling out of the... Okay, there we go. I love this song. Alright, so this, I like Dr. Seuss, as you know, it's March, so I've even worn my Cat in the hat today. I mean, not today. I didn't wear it today. Well, I can wear it today. I'm just gonna put it on really quick since I said that. I've worn it today, technically. But anyways, I love Cat in the Hat. I love Dr. Seuss, and in March is National Reading Month, and oh yes, the Lorax. So the Lorax book, if you've read it, I know they made a movie on it. The movie has become quite a meme. It's become, some people like it, some people don't, but regardless, I like the Lorax book, and I did like the movie a little bit. There were some things that maybe could have been changed, but I do appreciate the movie too, and they did make the ones that are quite funny. And making him human, I know a lot of people were annoyed by that part of it, but I think it was kind of cool, and it made him relatable, and it did make him very, it let you be able to connect to him. And he did have an impact on a lot of people. But anyways, in the original book and in the movie, the message was, about the environment as well. It was about changing the world. Even one person can change the world. Wait. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing will ever change. No, nothing is ever going to change. It's not. I think that's what it said. But yeah, the message of it was very good. And that's of the book and the movie. But it's also about the environment, because the Onceler was a person who was chopping down truffula trees so that he can make his thneeds. And basically a thneed was a thing that all the people need. And it's a metaphor, but kind of like phones. How at first people had a telephone, they also had a calculator, they also had a camera, they also had a video camera, a photograph camera, they had a recorder, they had a notepad to take down, notes. They had a gaming console to play video games. They had so many different things, but guess what? Now it's all in one thing. The thing we call a phone isn't just a phone anymore. It has been upgraded to have all the features you need so that you can eliminate the need for anything else. And that's what we call a need. A need is something that is the need. It is something that people think they need. And it is something that has multiple functions. So, in the book and the movie, the thneed was used to be like a scarf. They were using it for all kinds of things. It was just like a weird piece of fabric that was shaped into different things. You could use it for all kinds of different uses. Realistically, it would seem absurd for people to be chopping down trees so that they can make this wonky looking, ridiculous scarf that can be used for anything. But that's how Dr. Seuss is, and Dr. Seuss likes to paint the picture so we can pay attention and see what's happening. And we think they're ridiculous, but look what we're doing. So all the way back then, there was also they made an animated version of this as well, back in the Dr. Seuss day, a cartoon version that was not computer animated, and it was not by Illumination Studios. So the book and either of the movies, the special, this is a little TV special, little cartoon, all of them have the same message because it's all based on the Dr. Seuss book. And Dr. Seuss knew what he was talking about. And all the way back then even, he was talking about the environment and industrialism and how, companies, big companies, it's called biggering. They're biggering, and they are just getting bigger. All the companies are getting bigger. Everything's becoming industrialized. Everything's becoming where you have to pay for it. And they're not really caring about the impact that they're making. They're just caring about the money. So that is something that I think is important as well. But I say this to say, it's like, what are you even talking about anymore? Well, it's because when I list these thneeds on my eBay store, and I call them thneeds on purpose because I do like Dr. Seuss and I appreciate this. And I say that these little scarves that I knit, I have made them wonky like thneeds. I try to make them look a little wonky like the thneeds if they want them to be. I've, made them not just a straight, like this. It's a straight scarf that's just straight across, flat. But I've made the thneeds actually more wonky and stuff like a real thneed, so that it can look fun, just like the book or the movie or whatever you're referencing from the Lorax. If you're just now joining me, I'm just chatting about my knitting because somebody ordered a thneed, and I call them thneeds on purpose because of Dr. Seuss, because I like Dr. Seuss, and the Lorax book has an important lesson. So basically, I say in my listing that no truffula trees were harmed in the making of my thneeds, and in fact, my thneeds, 20% of the proceeds, or portion of the proceeds, I don't remember what percentage it is, but the portion of the proceeds goes to the Arbor Day Foundation, because the Arbor Day Foundation is all about preserving our forests and trees. And I think that that's important because the message of the Lorax was the little orange guy with the yellow mustache says, I am the Lorax and I speak for the trees, because they don't have tongues and they can't tell themselves. So he stood on the tree stump that the monster cut down, and he said, "Stop cutting down the trees, because the trees can't talk and tell you this. I'm telling you this." So yeah, I find that very beautiful. The whole story that Dr. Seuss made. And, you know, so I call them Thneeds, and some people have actually done once their cosplays, and they've asked me to make them a Thneed. Somebody ordered a Thneed for their son, I think. He was like a teenager or a young adult, and he was being the monster for Halloween. I sent him a Thneed and a Truffula clip so that he can be the monster. Also, some people just say, "I love Dr. Seuss, I want a Thneed myself," and they're not doing any cosplay or anything, and I send them a fluffy pink Thneed. They like it, and it takes a while to knit, but yeah, I'm just doing it on stream with you guys, so thanks for hanging out with me. You know, so this person here said that they're both Lorax fans. They said I can make the scarves any way I want. So I said, okay, I will make one that is orange and yellow like the Lorax himself, and the other one will be pink like a Thneed. So I've already done that one. I haven't made these wonky though. I've made these just regular scarves. But I still call them a Thneed, and the proceeds still go to the Arbor Day Foundation. Not all of them, but a percentage of the proceeds, a portion of the proceeds, goes to the Arbor Day Foundation, because I am trying to combat that bad monster mentality that when he, at the end, the monster, spoiler alert, at the end he decides that he knows that the things he was doing was not good. He figured his company too much, and he destroyed the whole Truffula forest, and all the animals had to leave because he destroyed everything. But in the end, he learned his lesson. He told the little boy that the little boy should do better than him. So that's good, and that's the message that I'm trying to spread with these Thneeds. So that's why I'm knitting a Thneed, and I'm going to send it off to them as soon as I get done. And this particular yarn that I have is made from recycled materials, actually, which is something else that I'm very happy about. Because while yarn doesn't directly come from trees that you chop down, like Truffula trees, there's still a lot of stuff going on in our environment, in our time, and a lot of trees are getting chopped down, and it's very sad. So that's why I want to support the Arbor Day Foundation, and you know, make sure that there are still forests and trees for the generations to come, because it's very sad sometimes seeing all the deforestation. And you can look at it in a book and, you know, think about it, but it's happening in real life, so that's something to think about too. Okay, so we reached our September goal because somebody gifted subs to all of the community. I appreciate that so much. It was Thomas. Jeff is alive and well, and I will see. I need to follow him back. I appreciate him for doing that, and that means we can unlock emotes. Hopefully, next stream you will see some new emotes. Alright, there we go. So, yep, I will go make sure to try to add some new emotes as soon as possible. And that's funny because I didn't even realize this September goal was still here. because that was all the way from September. That's what September was. It was from September of last year. That is funny. That is almost April now. Time is going so fast. Let me see. Alright, Thomas subscribed and then he sent us... Oh, he gave you a sub, Una? He gifted Una, Dream Cartographer, Evil Inkpen, Vito Zito, and RPG Dinosaur Bob. He gifted all them subs, and he also gifted KM Chess and Katoyboy subs. Nice. Well, thank you guys, new subscribers. And you guys should thank Thomas for being generous and sharing. That was very nice of Thomas. Yes. Still thinking, what should I do? Oh, co-host, do something. Okay. Co-host, are you here to do something? Let's see what co-host will do. Alrighty. Is co-host here? Come on, co-host, where are you? Okay, let's see. Hopefully co-host is here. Come on, co-host. Ah, he's here, but still under Streamlabs account. Why, co-host? Be under your own name, please. Okay, well, he says, why was 10 afraid of 9? Because 987. How'd you like to spin on that one? Okay, well, thanks, co-host, for that. I still don't know why you're under an alias. Yes, he's undercover. Thank you, Una, for redeeming co-host do something. If you're just joining, we're just hanging out, we're just chatting, and I have ears. We've got ears, say cheers! And I'm knitting as well. Co-host just told a math joke. Why was 10 afraid of 9? Because 987. Well, that's something. That's still weird. I feel like 6 was afraid of 7 because 7 ate 9, and 9 looks like 6. That's what I thought it was. But it makes sense, I guess, maybe, if you're counting backwards. into the shop. Thank you, Una, for redeeming that one. If you would like to redeem something in the shop, feel free. These are just wisps that are earned when you follow the channel, subscribe, or, you know, that's the spin. Yes, it is. If you chat, watch for a while, you will automatically get wisps, and these wisps can be used in the shop. You're not spending your own money. And there's just lots of different fun little things to do. The fun things that I can do. So feel free to do that. Or co-host can do fun things too. Or someone can do fun things. Someone, voiced by the awesome John McNally, can say stuff or laugh and stuff like that. So there's always something. Co-host, that was a difficult joke for me. Oh man. Sorry, co-host, I don't know what's wrong with him. Come on, co-host, you could have done something better. So, I guess the thing is, since 6 was afraid of the normal joke goes, why was 6 afraid of 7? Because, quote unquote, 7, 8, 9, like that. Like, 7 ate the number 9. Like, it's devoured the number 9, and 6 is scared of 7 because 7 is able to eat the number 9. But 6 just so happens to look like 9 upside down, so 6 might be scared that 7 might eat 6 as well, because 6 looks like the number 9 since 7 already ate the number 9. That's what I was thinking it was, but co-host said 10 was afraid of 9 because 9 ate the number 7. But the number 7, the only reason why 10 doesn't look anything like 7. The only reason why 9 ate 7 is because now you're counting backwards. So that was weird, but thanks, co-host, for the joke. It's funny. Sometimes this database is strange. So many dangerous numbers, says Una. Yes. Numbers are dangerous! Co-host, he doesn't have the best joke book downloaded. I don't know where he gets some of these jokes from. It's time for me to check something. Okay. Alright, so I might have to end the stream soon. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. I was gonna try to finish this scarf on stream. I only have a little bit of yarn left, so hopefully I'm able to finish. The yellow keeps falling out. Okay. All right, so I'm trying to knit as fast as I can. of my favorite songs on here. And guys, it's the first day of spring, and I don't know about where you guys live. Wherever you are, let me know how the weather's there. But in Michigan, the weatherman was like, we don't have to worry about any more snow. Spring's almost here, you know. I was like, come on, guys, it's Michigan. Don't you know that that's not a thing? In Michigan, it can, like, probably be almost summertime and still snow. I don't know what it is about Michigan. Michigan's weather's crazy. So, I guess it was like after Groundhog Day. I don't remember if Woody, Woodchuck, which is our groundhog, I don't know if she saw her shadow or not, but all I knew was winter's not over. We've had a relatively mild winter this year in Michigan, and there were some days that were just piled on with snow, and like the snow just dropped out of the sky, and everybody had to scrape out their cars. The roads were horrible, but it was not too bad. It wasn't like every single day. Sometimes you have to scrape off your windshield, maybe a little frost on there, but it wasn't too bad compared to some of the winters. But I said, don't think that the snow is over. I'm sure it's going to snow more times before, you know, spring. But the weatherman said, I think it's okay. So I actually tweeted it, because you tweeted and I tweeted. I'm like, you know, I don't think that's correct. It's Michigan. So it's funny because after that, we got another giant snowstorm thing. And guess what? Home Depot, the hardware store by me, I went to get shovels because I already had a shovel, but I was going to get more shovels so that more than one person can shovel at the same time, or like, you know, I could lend somebody a shovel so they can go shovel and stuff like that. I went. They didn't have hardly any shovels. They had a couple, but they didn't really have. It was like what was left over. I looked for snow blowers. They didn't. They had replaced the snow blowers with the lawnmowers. They had replaced the shovels with the garden shovels. They have replaced everything. Their store was all ready for spring, and I said, "You guys were not prepared for this, were you?" And they're like, "Nope." We put everything in the back. They said they didn't order some stuff. They thought that spring was here. They thought that winter was over. Surprise, surprise! It's Michigan. So. Now I'm not so sure. I think that we're in spring officially today. It's the official first day of spring, so I don't know. There still might be some snow, but I would be more confident that, you know, it's going to be milder from here on out. But still, it's Michigan, so you cannot guarantee anything. It could snow. It could snow. Even some days my job had snow days where they said don't come into the office, work from home. I was thankful. But yeah, I don't know. They were trying to summon spring with spring items. Yes, seemed like it. I'm like, you can't do that. I mean, like, let's welcome the spring. Let's put away the winter stuff, and hopefully the winter weather will put itself away. Unfortunately, that didn't work. But yeah, it's seeming more promising now, as spring is actually today, and but it's not too warm. The sun has been shining quite a bit, nice sun shining, you know, but the weather is still kind of chilly. Like if you're standing in a window and the sun is shining on you through the glass, it feels warm. But if you go outside, it's cold still. At least for me. I wear coat and boots and gloves and hat, and I have like a deerstalker hat with the flaps, and I have a big fluffy scarf, and I have gloves, and I have tall boots, and I have a thick coat because I get so cold so fast. Personally, I'm probably not going to take any of that off until almost summer. Now, when the weather actually starts getting warmer, I'll probably start wearing my trench coat. I might wear my rain boots. I like boots. I like to wear like boots. Either I'm wearing tall boots or I'm wearing sandals. So as soon as it's warm enough for sandals, I'm wearing sandals. Once it starts like snowing and raining and muddy and then I put on boots and they don't come back off until after it's time for sandals. Now, sometimes I'll wear like the sneakers or something, the heels or something like for a fashion outfit or something, but my go-to shoes are always going to be either feet out in the sandals or feet covered and protected in tall boots. I'm just weird. I don't like socks either, personally. It's weird because I get cold fast, but I just don't like socks. I wear socks and boots sometimes, but I don't like just wearing socks on my feet. I like to be bare feet. I like my toes to be free. Like around the house if I'm cold, I would rather ball up and curl up and put a throw on and, curl up than to wear socks. No, I don't like that. And then like if you walk into like the bathroom or the kitchen and somebody washed their hands and then there's drops of water on the floor and then the socks soak up the water. Ugh, no, I don't like that. I'm just so weird. I personally don't like that. Alright, so I should be ending soon. This is the last bit of yarn I have left. I really want to finish this on the stream. I really wanted to finish this. Because I feel like once I leave the stream, will I even have time to knit? I feel like I'm going to be doing stuff on the computer. I'm going to be either like washing dishes or something. I'm going to be running errands. I might have to run an errand today. And it's just a lot going on. And sometimes I can just sit down, chat, listen to music, knit with you guys. And I'm good. But all the hubbub, busy hubbub going on, you know. I'm glad that I was able to get this much done. I can try to go fast as I can. I'm trying to go fast as I can. But I don't want to go too fast and then mess stuff up, because when I do that, then it takes longer for me to go back and try to undo what I did than to just go slow in the first place and get it right. So, I'm quite excited about everything going on. I still, trying to stay careful and prayerful. And, oh, that's not my phone. I was about to say, that is not my ringtone. I don't even know if you guys heard that. I was like, what is that? Anyways, trying to stay careful and prayerful, thankful all the time for everything. But, as I said, all prayers are appreciated. There's lots of exciting stuff going on. I do plan to debut the second chapter, as I keep saying, of Troubled Beginnings, which is good, and I'll probably put it in a bundle with chapter 1 as well. Now chapter 2, probably worth it to say it has a couple of trigger warnings. with the trigger warnings. Because it's his life story. It's all about someone, secret agent someone else Woods' life story. Especially his origin story, where everything began. He's starting as a child and covers a lot of stuff. The people around him, his own life, you know. So, expect something. I know some people are more sensitive on certain topics, so I don't want to spoil anything, but if there's a specific thing you, would rather not read about, feel free to ask me if the book includes it before you purchase, if you want to purchase, and, I will let you know if, the book will be a good fit for you or not. Gets a little deep and it gets a little dark. But if you'd like to know more about Secret Agent Someone, let's see. Co-host, what is wrong with you? Anyways, co-host is under an alias, but the link is still valid. If you'd like to go learn about Secret Agent Someone, feel free to go to that page there. And it will teach you about the guy, the mysterious man with the malachite eyes. Spies, lies, surprise, and the man with malachite eyes. If you're just now joining, I've been knitting. It's probably been about 5 hours now. It's funny to see that I've been knitting for that long. I actually did take some breaks to type and stuff like that. Stretch out. I've been flexing the bunny ears a little bit. And I've also been drinking some tea. But yes, this is a very lengthy and tedious process of knitting a scarf. I was hoping to finish right here on the stream so that I can go about my day. I have a lot to do. Alright, I'll probably end the stream in about 5 minutes. So, we're gonna try to see what we can get done in 5 minutes. It's probably not going to be very much, but we'll try. I really want to see what happens when I release this VOD. Hopefully the songs do not flag any copyright issues. If they do, prayerfully they don't, because these songs are so old and they're from CD-ROM, as I keep saying. I never heard these anywhere else. out if they're in a database or anything. Whatever YouTube uses to protect if the song is copyright material. Now, I don't even have that many subscribers on YouTube anyway. But the problem is, yeah, I'm not even monetized on YouTube. Even though they show ads on my videos sometimes, it's annoying. They show ads on people's videos when they're not even monetized, and they don't see any money from it. I only have like 46 subscribers, I think. Less than 50, I know, last I checked. But the main problem I have is with Twitch. One time Twitch thought that I was playing a song that was copyright material, and they bleeped out a whole 6 minutes of my stream. When I tried to download the video, the 6 minutes of the stream were completely silent. You couldn't hear me talking. You saw my mouth moving. And you didn't even hear any music in the background, because they made it like that because I was playing a copyrighted song, and I said I wasn't even playing that song. I played another drum beat that I guess sounded like the song that they claimed it was, and the person who made that song said, no, people don't have permission to use my stuff. So then Twitch auto-flagged me, and I got really annoyed. And I disputed and said, I'm not even playing that song. And then they lifted the ban, and they unmuted that section of the video. So I was happy, because I'm like, that's horrible. So if they mute the whole video, there's no use of me uploading this if you can't hear anything. Like, all the talking and stuff we're doing, it's boring. I mean, unless you're just gonna read the chat below me right here, or just see me knitting. I'm not even like playing a game on this one. So it's like, what are we going to be looking at? And just watching the chat and not even able to hear my responses to the chat is gonna be kind of jacked up. There won't even be captions telling anybody what I'm saying because the video will be muted. And there's no history of what I said. So that's disappointing. Hopefully that doesn't happen. If it does, I will know not to ever play these songs on Twitch again. But I just wanted to try to find some royalty-free stock music to play during my streams because it's boring when it's so quiet and silent. And, I know people get tired of hearing my boring Secret Agent Someone songs on repeat through the whole stream, especially when the stream lasts like 7 hours and stuff like that. That's really annoying. But yeah. This is just some chill, nice background music. All different genres on repeat. Several songs. I think that that's good. If it works. If not, I'm gonna have to try to take some more of my time out and try to compose more songs. I did compose more songs. I composed lots of songs. It's just that some of the songs are not really, you know, able to be played in a stream on a repeat. It's just weird. Like, I need background music type of songs to play. Alright. So, I will consider myself almost done with this scarf. I'm probably going to bound off after I end the stream, because I have to end the stream now. And let me show you guys the progress I made. Once I get done with this row. There we go. Yes. Well, stretched. It's my arm span. That's good. And with the little bit of yarn I have left, I can finish the rest, bound off, and send it off. So, thank you guys for hanging out with me as I knit these. I knit this one already. This one's for a toddler, so it doesn't have to be half as long. And then the other one's for an adult, so I wanted it to be longer. So, thank you guys so much for joining me for my stream. I've been streaming for about 5 hours, over 5 hours, and I've done a lot of knitting, so I appreciate each and every one of you for dropping by. I am going to go see who I can raid. I want to raid somebody. Who can I raid? Who can I raid? Who is live? Does anybody have anybody I can raid? Alright, so there's a channel that I watch sometimes. I'm not always able to catch his streams, but I don't even know how he pronounces this. It's like Extian Ninja? Extian Ninja? Extian? I don't know. But we will raid him, and I feel like my audio is severely lagging. But anyways, we're raiding Extian Ninja. And we'll see what he's doing. So thank you guys so much for being so awesome and hanging out with me on the stream today. We got a lot done. We just chilled out and we knitted a lot. We did some typing. I mean, even though you weren't able to see all of the stuff I was typing, we did a lot of typing. We got a lot of work done. So thank you so much for the chatting. It was so great to talk to you guys, and I appreciate each and every one of you, even everybody who followed, everybody who subscribed, everybody who gifted subs. I'm so thankful to Thomas for doing all that. And yeah, thank you so much. You guys have a blessed day. God bless, much success. Lots of love to you all. And I pray that you guys do get good rest, eat good food, and take care of yourselves. Bye.